The Once and Future King by T.H. White. Dramatised by Brian Sibley, with Paul Reddy as Arthur and David Warner as Merlyn. Part 1. The Coming of Merlyn.
King to King's Knight 2. No.
You sent for me, Your Majesty?
I did. Yes, I did. Do you understand the game of chess, lad?
Yes, sir.
Come here. Look. Only 4 pieces left on the board. The red and white kings, the white queen, and the white knight. Do you know what's on the royal standard outside this tent?
Yes, the red dragon of King Arthur.
Very good. Well, His Majesty King Arthur is rather like this red king here. Where can he move?
Here?
No, he's in check from the Queen.
Here?
There he's in check from the White Knight.
Which means the king has nowhere left to go.
The game is at an end. What's the time, lad?
1 in the morning, sir.
Already? Only 6 hours to dawn.
Yes, sir.
6 hours until we go into battle. Are you afraid? Well, you can tell me the truth.
A little.
I'll tell you something, so am I. And in the morning we'll still be afraid. But we'll also have to be brave. What's your name?
Thomas? But everyone calls me Tom.
I apologize, Tom. I'm keeping you from your rest, but I must ask you to do me a service and take this letter to Sir Kay. Then you must go and find some sleep.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night, Tom. Oh, Merlyn. Why did you ever leave me? For years you moved me about like one of these kings on the chessboard. This way, that way. Advance, check, retreat, check. Well, Merlyn, now I'm trapped. No moves left. Checkmate. Where are you now when I need you?
It worked.
Merlyn?
Yes,
Is it really you?
I think so.
This must be some kind of dream.
Do I look like a dream?
I don't know, I'm beset by dreams. Last night I dreamed I was sitting on a throne strapped to the top of a wheel, and the wheel turned over and I was flung into a pit of snakes.
Well, then the wheels come full circle, and now, well, yes, I'm here.
Aren't you imprisoned in a cave, somewhere in Cornwall? Locked up for centuries by that enchantress, Nimue?
Yes, I am. In a manner of speaking. Without going into what might happen when newfangled theories about time and relativity collide with old-fashioned necromancy, let's just say that I'm here for a few hours.
I'd forgotten how difficult having a conversation with you can be.
Oh,
Yes, you're full of clever words and complicated ideas, and you know how to juggle with them. But you've a tendency to forget that the subject of your cleverness is more often than not a human soul, and in the case of my soul, it's the only one I have. And you felt you had the right to take it and twist it into any shape that suited your schemes and stratagems.
and I thought you might be pleased to see me again.
Oh, I'm sorry, Merlyn, of course I am. You cannot begin to imagine how I've missed you. But this is a fearful night. Have you come to save us from this war?
No. Nobody can be saved from anything unless they save themselves.
Then why are you here?
To keep you company, and if you can tolerate yet more word-juggling cleverness, to complete your education with, how shall I put it, a little revision, and to offer some kind of reassessment of the legend, kit and caboodle.
What legend?
The one we're in.
Now, I'm sorry, Merlyn. Do you think you could possibly explain from the beginning?
What is the beginning? That's the question. But let's complicate matters. There's not much time, and we...
Merlyn, it couldn't have turned out any worse.
A gross exaggeration.
Everything you told me was wrong.
That's sweeping generalization.
Nothing was worth doing.
Now you go too far. Besides, doing things for people is always hopeless and often very dangerous. The best you can hope for is to come up with a few ideas that people can help themselves to. That's the whole point of what I tried to teach you back when you were a boy.
Yes, I suppose it was. If only I could be that boy again.
But you can. You just have to remember.
Remember?
Let's take Cully the goshawk and see if we can get a rabbit or two.
If we do, I must carry Cully.
But it was my idea.
But I'm older than you, aren't I?
Yes.
And I'm Kay, son of Sir Ector of the Castle of the Forest Savage, and will one day be Sir Kay, whereas you were just the wart, and will one day be...
Your squire.
All right, then. Come on! There are plenty of rabbits about. Let's see what he can do.
Do you think we ought to fly him yet, Kay? You know Master Hobb says we mustn't fly Cully till he's roused at least twice.
What does Hobb know?
He's been Sir Ector's falconer for years.
He's just a peasant. Nobody can tell whether a hawk is fit to fly, except the man who's carrying it. And look! There's a rabbit right there! Saw!
Oh. Well done, Kay. The rabbit's gone to ground and Cully's up in a tree.
Shut up, Wart.
I'll have to get him down. No, now he's flown off into the forest.
Let him go, stupid bird.
Kay, we can't leave him. We'll have to go in after him.
You can if you want. I'm going home.
Okay.
Did you know we were going to lose Cully that day? Or did you arrange for Cully to fly off?
I can't remember. Do you know how much information I've got cluttering up my brain? The entire contents of the Encyclopaedia Britannica doesn't even come close. It's one of the perils of living backwards, as I'm sure I mentioned when we first met. Or didn't I?
If you did, I'm not sure I understood it then either.
Roll on the Age of Enlightenment. Incidentally, what was I doing when you turned up?
Fetching water from the well.
Oh, yes. The absence of plumbing. No wonder they'll call this the Dark Ages. Drat the whole thing. You'd think that after all these years of study you could do better for yourself than a By Our Lady well with a By Our Lady bucket on a By Our Lady chain. Why can't they get us electric light and running water?
Excuse me, sir.
What's that?
Can you tell me the way to Sir Ector's castle, if you don't mind?
Ah! Your name would be the Wart.
Yes, sir. At least that's what my brother Kay calls me. Except he's not my brother, and Sir Ector isn't really my father.
I must explain all that to you at some point. Meanwhile, my name is Merlyn.
How do you do?
Well, you better come into the cottage.
I...
No, come along and bring the bucket, if you will. Easy enough for a young sprig like you.
But I don't
Thought you'd got lost. Well, you had, of course. Hurry up. Put the bucket down there. Welcome to my cottage.
I've never seen so many things.
Just the essentials, really. Terrestrial and celestial globes, and, of course, an astrolabe over there. Cauldrons, retorts and Bunsen burners, useful for experiments. A beehive, nothing like fresh honey. A couple of ant colonies, invaluable for studying the structure of communities. 2 newborn hedgehogs. They're in cotton wool to keep them warm. No, careful. If you touch them, they've got dreadful fleas. A run-of-the-mill vivarium, just grass snakes, nothing deadly.
What's that up there? Hanging from the ceiling?
Ah, that. It was sold as a corken drill, but since they're mythical, I'm assuming it's just a large crocodile. The eye is a glass, by the way.
But it just winked at me.
Really? Curious. Now be careful of the bottles. Mandragora. Herbs and such like. Mandrake, old man's beard, etc., etc. The chests for my salmon fishing flies. Mind the badgers.
Oh, gosh.
Tied the flies myself, you know.
So many books.
Yes, quite a good working library. Magic, wizardry and divination. Theories on time travel, entertaining, but largely inaccurate.
Is this gold?
The medal, supposedly. I got it for being best scholar at Winchester. Now, watch what you're doing with those. It's a complete set of cigarette cards depicting Wildfowl by Peter Scott. Quite scarce and collectible.
I wonder if there's a goshawk among them.
Well, probably. But I don't want them dropped all over the floor.
I was looking for a goshawk when I found your cottage.
Yes, I know.
How do you know?
Oh, it's complicated. Anyway, the bird, Cully, wasn't it? Flew off. Kay went home and left you to go looking for it.
You seem to have a lot of birds.
Great auk, Javan lapwing, passenger pigeon, and the last ever dodo. All extinct and all stuffed, of course. Well, not all.
What a handsome owl.
There's no owl.
A talking owl.
No, it's only a boy, Archimedes. There's no boy. We see so little company. Archimedes is rather shy of strangers. Now, come back, you silly bird. I want you to meet a friend of mine called Wart. Say how do you do properly. I will not.
I wish he'd talk to me.
No, let him alone. Perhaps he doesn't want to be friends with you until he knows what you're like. With owls, it's never easy come, easy go. By the way, on the subject of birds, that's supposedly a phoenix. But as there's only ever one at a time, it can't be. But it smells of incense and cinnamon, which is not unpleasant. Now, breakfast. Help yourself. Strawberries and cream, grilled perch, deviled chicken on the hot side, fricassee, curry, or kidneys and mushrooms on toast, and a choice of coffee or best chocolate with cream. Tuck in.
How did you know to make breakfast for two?
Have some mustard. Goes rather well with the kidneys. Mustard pot, if you please.
It walks. And serves its own mustard.
Of course.
Excellent good mustard it is too.
Yes, that's enough.
Well, it is.
Be quiet.
Ow.
Not a bad pot, but inclined to get a bit above itself.
About the breakfast.
Ah, yes, well. Ordinary people are born forwards in time, if you understand what I mean, and nearly everything in the world goes forward too, which makes it quite easy for the ordinary people to live. However, I was born at the wrong end of time and have to live backwards from in front, which, being surrounded by a lot of people living forwards from behind, this means I have what I refer to as backsight, which gives some insight into things that are going to happen. Have I told you this before?
No, we only met about half an hour ago.
Then am I going to tell it to you again? Well, that's the trouble with time. One gets so easily confused and one's tenses get muddled. If you know what's going to happen to people and not what has happened to them, it makes it difficult to prevent it happening if you don't want it to have happened, if you see what I mean.
Ah!
No, don't jump, boy.
He's nibbling my ear.
How do you do?
He's decided to talk to me. I shall call him Archie.
I trust you will do nothing of the sort.
Is that wrong?
Owls are the children of Athene, the goddess of wisdom.
I'm sorry. Archimedes.
You spoke in ignorance, boy. And I, too, am sorry to have been so petty to take offence where none was intended.
Well, now that's all sorted out, I think it's high time we all three find our way back to Sir Ector.
You're coming with me?
Well, why not? How else can I be your tutor? No, come on. Now, dash it, I almost forgot. Did I fetch the water? Oh, yes. breakfast things, wash up. And listen. Nobody is to get broken.
Oh, so you're back at last.
I've got a magician for our tutor. His name's Merlyn.
Master Kay?
And the owl's called Archimedes.
Really?
Yes, really.
Oh, my.
How do you do?
Well, what the devil have you been up to? The entire castle's been in an uproar. Looks like you've been on a quest.
Well, I found Cully, and this gentleman, who's going to be a tutor for Kay and me.
Tutor? We certainly need one of those. Boys running about all day like hooligans. Would have put them down for eating if it wasn't so damn far.
He's a magician, Wart says.
Ah, magician. White magic, I hope.
Most assuredly.
He's a very great magician. He's got a mustard pot that walks, and he can make the plates wash themselves up.
It's very amusing, but one ought to see some testimonials. It's usual, you know.
Testimonials, certainly. Aristotle, Houdini, Master of Trinity, all I can modestly say giving me an excellent character reference.
Excellent. Had him up his sleeve, I suppose. Can you do anything else?
Your courtyard, I think, would be improved by a tree.
Whoa!
Mulberry. Yours will be the only one in Britain until 1600 and something.
It came right out of thin air.
No, they do it all with mirrors, Kay.
Maybe you'd care to see what it will look like in winter with a little snow. Oh, and an umbrella. Thank you.
A blizzard in the middle of summer.
It's all just hypnotism, you know. It's chilly, though. That'll do if you don't mind. That's better. I'm sure you'll make an excellent tutor for the boys. Imagine the lad doing a quest like that all by himself. Well, one doesn't ever cease.
I don't think it's much of a quest. He only went after the hawk, that's all.
And got it, Kay.
I bet the old man caught it for him.
Kay, do you want to go down in history, or at least in legend, as an arrogant bully with a foolish tongue?
It's a bit strong.
No, he's right. I should have gone after Cully with the wart instead of letting him go alone. Sorry, Wart.
That's all right.
You're clever, quick, proud, passionate, and ambitious, Kay, and legend, or history, will actually show you to be one of those people who is neither a follower nor a leader, but someone with an aspiring heart. Which is why I think perhaps you deserve a little magic of your own. Here. A silver hunting knife.
It's beautiful.
Now, that's more than enough magic for one day. Time for some tutoring.
Poor old Kay. He so often ended up as the butt of everyone's jokes. Someone's coming.
Sir Kay, for His Majesty.
Talk of the devil.
How do I explain you?
No need. It'll be as if I wasn't here.
Arthur.
Kay? Any developments?
None good, I'm afraid. Mordred's forces are increasing by the hour. Mostly mercenaries, I imagine, but we're going to be mightily outnumbered.
And Gwen?
Nothing, since the news that the Queen was safe in London. We've been expecting a messenger for some hours now.
She will be secure in the Tower of London, won't she?
Why, it's the strongest fortress in the land.
Yes. No word from France, I suppose?
Not yet. But if Lancelot has embarked, he's likely to be battling the weather. The coast is racked by storms.
We must pray for a miracle.
I'm almost sorry that old meddler Merlyn isn't around anymore. Still, in the absence of any magical assistance, we'll just have to keep on hoping for the best.
Yes.
Any news and I'll bring it.
Thank you, Kay.
His opinion of me doesn't seem to have improved any.
Oh, it wasn't easy for him, having his adopted brother turn out to be king. but he's very loyal. And these days, I value loyalty anywhere I can find it. We began the Round Table with 150 knights. Now we've only a handful left. I know I don't always get things right, Merlyn, but it seems to me that there was a time when war was pretty straightforward. Basically a lot of shoving and shouting, feats of arms, valiant deeds, and displays of physical prowess all around. Many men killed, but more or less equal scores on both sides.
Yes, that sounds very much how things have gone on for several thousand years.
But now it's changing. Mordred and his men are not playing by any of the old rules.
You were the one who first challenged those rules.
And you were the one who put me up to it.
I merely asked a young fellow named Wart to consider various ways of looking at the thorny subject of war.
Yes, through another of your unorthodox experiments.
Only because it was raining at the time.
I hate it when it rains. Nobody wants me for anything, and I'm so bored.
You should learn to knit. Practical and therapeutic.
Oh, Merlyn, please give me something to do. I'm so miserable.
Then you'd better have some education.
I don't want to have to learn something.
I was thinking more along the lines of experiencing something. True education, Wart, is experience. Isn't that right, Archimedes?
And the essence of experience is self-reliance.
Which is why, Wart, I'm going to turn you into an ant.
An ant?
Most certainly. You've always been fascinated by my ant colonies. Time to find out about them from the inside. Formica est exemplo magni laboris. Translate?
Sorry, I...
Perhaps we should do some Latin instead. Tell him, Archimedes.
The ant is an example of great industry.
And a form of society from which much can be learned. Now, where's that spell? What's that piece of paper there, Walt?
£1 each way on Golden Miller.
No.
3.30.
No.
Eutoxity.
Cui numue. No.
Oh, would this be what you're looking for?
Ah, yes, well done, Archimedes. Now then, Walt. Take a single rush from off the floor and place it between the two nests like a bridge. Very good. Now, just remember one thing. These ants are not like ours. These are the species Messor barbarus, and they're belligerent. So, keep your wits about you and learn. Ready?
Merlyn.
Excellent. Dragols, what? Turn et ot og.
That was very weird. What are these things on my head? Of course, these are my antennae. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 legs. What am I supposed to do with them all? Ooh, it seems I can use the front ones to clean my antennae. That's useful. Better try walking. Oh, yep, no, yeah. Well, it's certainly a quick way of getting around.
Attention! Attention! All 2-day-olds will be moved to the west aisle.
I suppose I ought to explore one of those tunnels. What does that say? Everything not forbidden is compulsory.
Attention!
I wonder what it means.
Attention! Number 210397, report to the seed harvesting squad in replacement for number 334105, who has fallen off the nest.
Someone's coming. How do I speak ant? I should have asked Merlyn a few questions before I started. What's it saying? It seems to be speaking through the antenna.
Hail, Barbarous.
Hail?
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
That is not done.
I don't understand.
Not done. Not done.
Not done
Not
must
done.
mean wrong.
105978 reporting to GHQ. There is an ant on square 5 who is not done. Over.
GHQ to 105978. What is its number? What has it been doing? Over.
What is your number and what have you been doing?
I don't know. I can't remember anything.
105978 to GHQ, not done and has forgotten its number and can't remember anything, over.
GHQ to 105978, ask not done and if it is 334105 who fell off the nest this morning while working with the seed harvesting squad, over.
Are you 334105 who fell off the nest this morning while working with the seed harvesting squad?
I, might be. That is... yes?
105978 to GHQ, not done and is 334105, over.
GHQ to 105978, if competent to continue its duties, instruct 334105 to rejoin squad, relieving 210397 who is sent to replace it, over.
Understood, over and out. You are 334105. What is your number?
334...
105.
Yes, 105.
You have your orders done?
Yes?
Done. Done. Done.
Done must
Done.
mean right.
Done.
Yes, done.
Hail, Barbaros!
Hail. I'm 334105. I better try and find the seed harvesting squad, wherever they are. 334105.
Attention! Attention! Our diligent sentries at Nest Edge have intercepted a spy crossing the bridge from Other Nest in an attempt to infiltrate this nest. Our sentries bravely defended this incursion, overpowering and destroying the menacing interloper. This is clearly a prelude to an attempt to invade and conquer our beloved state, and therefore this nest is with immediate effect on red alert. All outside stand by to receive orders of war. A message from our great and beloved leader will follow shortly.
They say it's going to be war. They say hundreds were killed in the last one before we were victorious.
But we have a great leader.
They say she was stung 300 times in the last war, but fought on till other nesters were defeated. She'll lead us to victory again.
They say they've already arrested a suspected traitor among the drones.
310099, executed on the spot.
Attention! Our great and beloved leader! Loyal subjects of this nest, our security, our right to work and food are, once again, being threatened by the ants of Other Nest. Why are they threatening us? They are a mighty race intent on subjugating our harmless one. Merely because they are more numerous than we. They are wickedly planning to attack us and steal our food. Are we going to allow that to happen? No, not done. We must attack them in self-defense, in the sure and certain knowledge that if we do not attack them today, they will attack us tomorrow. We are now at war. Attention! Attention! Mobilize all forces immediately!
This is terrible. What are we going to do? Help me. Merlyn! Help! Merlyn! Oh.
Yes, all right. There's no need to make so much noise.
But they're going to war!
That's easily remedied, unlike this world. Just remove that rush I placed between the two nests, if you will. And that's demolish the bridge and put pay to their battle plans. Until the next time.
That was terrifying! I certainly don't want to live as an ant.
Well, of course, all relative. You only think it's a good thing to be a human because you are one.
But we're the mightiest of all animals.
That, I have to tell you, is not the case, though you might argue that man is the most terrible of animals.
Sir Ector's a man, and I don't think he's very terrible.
Well, ask Archimedes' opinion.
Well, the fact is, if Sir Ector was to go for a walk outside this very castle, not only would all the birds fly from him, and the rabbits and the mice run away from him, but the fish in his own moat would dart to the other side. We creatures don't do this for each other.
What's more, Homo sapiens is almost the only animal that wages war.
Ants do. I'll just learn that in person.
A case of a little learning, I'm afraid. You can't just say ants do in that sweeping way. There are more than 4,000 different sorts of them. And from all those kinds, I can only think of 5 that are warlike. To the best of my knowledge, there are those 5 species of ant, 1 type of termite, and man.
But what about the packs of wolves in the forest sauvage that attack our flocks of sheep every winter?
Has it escaped your notice that wolves and sheep belong to different species?
Archimedes is right. True warfare is what happens between groups or bands of the same species, and it's more rare in nature than cannibalism. I think you need a little more education.
I don't want to go back to being an ant.
No, I was thinking that it might be a good idea if you were to go flying with Archimedes.
Really?
What? Yes. Useful and instructive, don't you think? Archimedes?
I suppose so.
When?
As soon as it's dark.
Wake up, boy.
Archimedes, what is it?
Shh. You'll wake Kay.
Now hurry up and eat this.
What is it?
A dead mouse.
Oh, no.
If you're going to be a bird, then you have to eat like a bird.
Oh.
You'll find it quite fruity. In fact, it's a bit like eating a peach with the skin on. Now, we'd better fly.
How?
By using your wings, of course.
I've got wings?
Shh. Just flip to the windowsill to get accustomed to yourself before we take off.
I'll try.
Careful, boy!
I missed! Help!
Kick with your wings!
I'm falling! No.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop flying like a woodpecker. Anybody would take you for one of those European little owls, except they won't be imported till 1842.
Help! I'm falling again!
Good! Stop all that flapping business! First, you need one good flick of your wings! Well done. That gives you flying speed. Now, rise on that flick. That's right. Until you've lost speed and are beginning to stall. Now you're getting it. Then, just as you're about to drop out of the air, give another flick and do a kind of switchback. That's the way.
I'll never get the hang of this.
Oh, stop talking and focus, boy. Waver your wings all the time, like me, instead of doing those ridiculous jumps with them. I can't keep up with you. There, that's better. Do you like it?
Very much.
Good.
Everything looks so different from up here.
Yeah, do you mind if we don't talk on the wing? After all that flittering and fluttering, I'm getting tired.
So am I.
Owls usually prefer to sit down every 100 yards.
How do we do that?
You have to stall. Same as before, only this time, just as you're about to tumble, you sit down. We're going to land on a branch of that oak over there. Follow me and copy what I do. Come on!
That was easier than I expected.
Not bad for a boy. But make sure you keep your balance. The secret's in the feet. A strong grip and a firm hold. Any bird of prey will tell you that. They call it the first law of foot. Can you guess what it is? Think, boy. Think.
Never let go?
Exactly so. Right. Time to be on our way.
Where?
Oh, now you've learned to fly, Merlyn wants you to try the geese.
The what?
The wild geese. Hurry up! We've got to get there before dawn.
Get where?
Come on! There's no time for dawdling!
Archimedes, are you there?
Of course.
But I can't see you. I can't see anything.
Your eyes will get accustomed to the dark.
Where are we?
The fens of Lincolnshire.
What's that terrible noise?
Just the wind. In your experience, the wind comes from somewhere and goes somewhere, and as it goes, it passes through somewhere. Trees, hedgerows, castle windows, that sort of thing. This wind is coming from nowhere, going through the flatness of nowhere, on its way to nowhere in particular.
I think I can make out another noise as well. A sort of distant boom and crash.
The Eastern Sea. This is the marshland of the wild geese. You're not an owl anymore, Ward.
I'm not?
Have you ever seen an owl with webbed feet before?
But I've not... Oh! I have!
Like all those others.
There are hundreds of them.
Thousands. They're sleeping, except for the occasional sentry. But it's not long until dawn now, and they'll soon be waking up. I must be off.
But that means I'll be on my own again.
That, Ward, is part of growing up.
But I won't know what to do.
Do what the others do. I've taught you how to fly. Use your brain. Oh, and Merlyn said to remind you to look, listen, and learn.
They all seem to be in groups. I wonder if they're different families. And if they'll know I'm not one of them.
Who are you talking to?
No one?
You're a strange bird. Where are you from?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Why?
The thing is...
What?
Well, I'm not really a goose. I'm a boy. I was born a human.
That's certainly unusual. I assume some sort of magic was involved?
Yes.
Well, my name is Lyolyok, and you'd better call yourself Kikwa.
Kikwa?
That's right. Then the others will think you came from Hungary.
Is that where you're all from?
Oh, no. We're from lots of different places. Siberia, Lapland, even one or two from Iceland.
Why'd you come here?
What a strange question. We always come. We come every year. Since the winter when the first goose made the flight from Siberia to Lincolnshire in search of food and back again. Why have you come?
I was sent for my education.
You'd better ask me some more questions then.
I noticed, before you all started waking up, there were sentries on watch.
Of course.
Are we at war?
War?
Are we fighting with someone?
Fighting? Sometimes the males fight about their wives. There's no bloodshed, only scuffling to find the better male. Is that what you mean?
No, Lyolyok. I mean fighting against an enemy army. Against other geese, for instance.
How ridiculous. You mean a lot of geese all scuffling at the same time? I suppose it might be fun to watch.
Fun to watch them kill each other?
Kill each other? An army of geese killing other geese? Oh, what a horrible mind you must have!
I'm sorry, Lyolyok. It seems a perfectly natural question, with those sentries.
Well, of course we have sentries. They're on lookout, watching for our natural enemies, falcons, foxes, and ermines. And the humans that set nets to trap us. What creatures could be so low as to go about and murder others of its own kind?
Ants do. And humans.
Well, shame on them. And you.
But with so many geese from so many different places, don't you ever fight over food?
Why would we do that? There's more than enough for everyone.
They're leaving.
Yes, and so must we. Come along, Kikwa.
How did I do that? This is my first flight, really. Well, as a goose, anyway.
How else have you flown?
As an owl.
Well, my curious bird boy, look down and tell me what you see.
Fields, hedgerows, walls, streams, lanes.
Is that what they are?
Yes. But there are also boundaries, frontiers, territories, showing where one place ends and another begins. And marking out the land so people know who owns what.
Ah! Is that why men fight? Up here, with the wind under our wings, there are no boundaries. We don't believe we have a right to own anything. Quite the opposite. We believe that the world belongs to nobody but itself.
I don't think there's anything you geese could learn from us humans.
We've been on Earth for millions of years, longer than you have, poor creatures, so you can hardly be blamed.
One more question, Leolyok. What's the most important thing in your lives?
Just that. To be alive. I wonder if that isn't something you humans have forgotten. Now, enough talking. It's time to watch the sunrise. See that crack of light breaking through the black cloud bank way over there?
Yes.
It'll be any moment now. We birds always greet the dawn. They've started. Listen to them. There's the curlew, widgeons, mallards, redshanks, those dreadful blackguards the crows with their raucous song. And here's the sun in all its golden glory, and we must sing too. You turning world pouring beneath our pinions, hoist the horse-sun to welcome morning's minions. See on each breast the scarlet and vermilion, hear from each throat the clarion and carillon. Hark! The wild wandering lines in black battalions, heaven's horns and hunters, dawn-bright hounds and stallions. Hoist the horse-sun to welcome morning's minions. Free, free, far, far and fair on wavering pinions.
What a glorious dawn and a joyous flight that was. I'd give anything to be a wild goose now and have the freedom to fly away on the wind from the dawn that's coming.
Maybe freedom is really only a state of mind.
Yes. Yes, maybe it is. Well, the wild geese certainly had it. Unlike the ants and us.
Do you know the Greek word for human? It's anthropos. You could translate that as something like he who looks up. But the truth is, after adolescence, man seldom, if ever, looks above his own height.
You're not very positive about human beings, are you?
Listen, take 100 human beings and you can pretty much divide them up into 1 wise man, 9 scoundrels and 90 fools. Whatever regime they live under, the results will always be the same. The fools will still be the fools, the scoundrels will always be the leaders, and the wise man will either starve to death in a garret, be exterminated, or be locked up as a danger to humanity. But now you're encouraging me to be cynical.
Talking of being locked up, you still haven't told me how you managed to free yourself from that cave Nimue imprisoned you in.
Haven't I?
No.
Best to think of it as a temporary leave of absence, partly, but not entirely, because there are one or two things I need to tell you when I remember them.
Your memory, or lack of it, has a lot to answer for.
Huh?
Did you tell me about Guinevere and Lancelot?
In as many words.
But just not enough words.
I thought you'd put 1 and 1 together and make 3.
Well,
but to be honest, Arthur, if you'd known everything, do you really think you might have avoided falling in love with Guinevere?
no. I loved her from the very first. Seeing her strolling through her father's garden, her long black hair, so black it was startling, streaming behind her like a banner on the summer breeze.
No, it's curious, that.
What?
Her hair. I can't tell you how many pictures will be painted of the Queen showing her with golden yellow tresses. However, they're usually right about the colour of her eyes.
A deep, clear blueness, but still capable of lightning flashes. I never thought she'd accept me, you know. The prospect of marrying as part of an alliance between my kingdom and that of her father was not well received. Heaven knows how I ever won her.
I can't possibly imagine.
May I walk with you, Lady Guinevere?
You are my father's guest, Your Majesty, so I am sure it is permissible for you to walk in his garden.
It was your company I was asking permission to share.
Since you have my father's permission, I see no reason for you to need mine.
I would prefer it if you were also agreeable.
I should prefer, sir, to choose my own husband, but one cannot always have what one's heart might desire.
It's true that we are to be wed, my lady, and who knows, that might even lead to our both finding our heart's desire. But until that happens, how can I persuade you to think more favourably of me?
My father says you are a noble knight and a great king.
King Leodegrance flatters me. But has he also told you about Camelot?
I hear it's a very fine castle.
No, not a castle, my lady. A walled city. The battlements go on and on forever, with 4 great gates and towers every 200 yards.
Goodness.
When you get your first sight of Camelot as you approach the city, you'll see the castle keeps, cathedral towers and church spires springing up out of the walls in a great clump, like flowers growing in a pot.
And that's just the view from the outside?
Indeed.
Oh.
Within the walls are wonders, delights and pleasures unnumbered.
I've always thought large numbers were rather vulgar.
For example, there is my castle, of course.
Oh, but of course.
But also several small castles, dependent barons, that sort of thing, as well as monasteries, chapels, churches and cathedrals.
I believe you've already mentioned the churches and cathedrals.
But I haven't told you about the markets. No. The merchants' houses and the shops that line the streets, not just one street.
Oh, perish the thought.
But many, many streets, thronging with hundreds of people. I defy anyone not to fall in love with the place the moment they see it. Gaily dressed women with shopping baskets over their arms, buying fresh-baked bread. Servants in the livery of some lord or other hurrying to and fro on urgent errands. A goose girl driving her hissing, honking flock. Boys running after dogs, farmers with laden wagons battling with stubborn donkeys, and merrymakers carousing outside taverns. You might meet a portly friar telling his rosary, or an aging duchess making her way to church, preceded by a page carrying a jewel-encrusted prayer book. On any corner, you might see fine ladies with greyhounds on leashes examining the latest silks and satins, knights considering the newest armour, and falconers debating the potential of a cadger's hawks. Children looking longingly at mouth-watering displays of gingerbread. Red-faced cooks complaining about the price of spices, and lively old ladies haggling over the cost of eggs. And bells ringing, ancient clocks chiming, and banners, standards, pennants and pinions floating and flapping in the breeze until the whole air above them seems to be alive.
And is that all there is to the place?
Well, I'm sure there are lots of other things I've forgotten.
For example, did I mention my collection of rare birds and beasts?
Including a genuine unicorn, no doubt.
Oh, no, my lady. I would not keep a unicorn in captivity.
Oh, no.
But we could ride out to the forest one night, where unicorns can sometimes still be glimpsed in the wintry moonlight, pawing the frozen air with their silver hooves.
Am I to assume you have many wintry nights in Camelot?
Not at all. They're strictly confined, by royal statute, to 2 months. The snow lies evenly, 3 feet thick, and is never, under any circumstances, permitted to turn to slush.
What obliging weather you must have.
It simply behaves itself. In autumn, the trees turn red and gold, and at the appropriate moment, the wind whisks all unwanted leaves away. Crocuses and daffodils open obediently on the first day of spring, and our summers are always beautifully hot, for no less than 4 months.
And I suppose it never rains.
Well, yes, of course it has to rain. Just enough for agricultural purposes.
Oh, how disappointing.
Except that we have arranged it so that it only ever rains after dark when we're all safely in bed. I'm not expecting you to love me, Guinevere. Just to allow me to try to love you.
I did try, you know, Merlyn.
That's all any of us can do.
The trouble was, Lancelot tried harder.
There are 3 corners to every triangle, Arthur. Sometimes I think your angle was particularly obtuse.
It's okay, for His Majesty. Arthur, a messenger from London.
Where is he? Is it about Gwen?
The man's badly wounded. He had to cross enemy lines.
What news?
The Queen's still safe and well. She especially wanted you to know that from her window in the White Tower she looks down at the Royal Menagerie and that she loves seeing and hearing the animals.
Kay, what are you not telling me? Kay, please.
The Tower of London is under siege.
No.
A detachment of Mordred's men. The bombardment is heavy.
Oh, dear God.
I honestly don't know how long the Queen's Guard will be able to hold out. I'm sorry, Arthur.
If only I could go to her.
Things may yet come right. Gwen sent this as a token of her love.
Oh, a handkerchief.
Embroidered by her hand. She said you'd understand the motif. I'll bring any news that may arrive.
My God, Merlyn. Is there no end to it?
Sometimes it is difficult to distinguish between endings and beginnings. What did she embroider on the handkerchief?
A unicorn. With silver hooves.
In The Coming of Merlyn, Part 1 of The Once and Future King by T.H. White, Arthur was played by Paul Reddy, Merlyn by David Warner, Wart, Edward Bracey, Young Kay, Ethan Hammer, and Archimedes by Bruce Alexander. Sir Ector was Michael Burtonshaw, Guinevere, Lyndsey Marshal, Sir Kay, Paul Heath, Leoliok the Goose, Elaine Claxton, the Ant Controller, Jane Slavin, Tom the Page, Monty Dinverno, and the Mustard Pot was Beatrice Jones. The Once and Future King is dramatised by Brian Sibley. Original music is by Elizabeth Purnell, and the directors are David Hunter, Marc Beeby, and Gemma Jenkins. The Once and Future King by T.H. White. Dramatised by Brian Sibley, with Paul Reddy as Arthur and David Warner as Merlyn. Part 2. The Sword in the Stone
Nothing could be further from the truth, could it?
It's the Watchman, Arthur. An antiquated way of telling people the time, not an ironic comment on your life.
Isn't it, Merlyn? In 5 hours from now.
Arthur, this is not helpful.
Well, then tell me something helpful. Such as whether or not Lancelot is going to come to our aid. He won't fail me again, will he?
I might argue that you failed each other. Which was worse, him falling in love with your queen, or you refusing to see what was happening?
It was difficult. Lance was the only one who really understood about might for right.
It wasn't the easiest concept for medieval minds.
You managed to drum it into me.
No, I tried.
Of course, you do realise that most of the time I'd absolutely no idea what you were talking about.
I suspected.
But I didn't care. I simply liked hearing you talk. I never liked grown-ups who talked down to me, but you just went on talking in your usual way, leaving me to try and follow along in your wake, clutching at one or two known words, jumping at meanings.
With all the glee of a young perch learning to swim.
Ah, yes. And encountering the king of the moat. My word, but that was one of the hottest July days I can remember. The sleepy drone of bees, a lazy haze over everything.
And me tediously insisting on the tutorial.
Oh no, Merlyn, please, not lessons. Not today.
No, we can't sit here on the drawbridge all afternoon dangling our legs and contemplating the lilies on the moat. I am supposed to be your tutor, and you're supposed to be tutored. That, regrettably, involves tutoring.
But not those ghastly sumuli logicales.
Questiones super tractatus logicae magistri Petri Hispani, to give it its correct title.
You see how much smarter Archimedes is than you?
I don't care what it's called. I hate it.
Unfortunately, Peter of Spain's textbook is the standard work on logic. In time, of course, we might be able to move on to Nagel and Wittgenstein, but for now we have to
Merlyn, must we go back into the stuffy classroom?
How would you propose spending the afternoon?
I'd like to take off all my clothes and swim in the moat.
Not educational enough. Unless...
What?
Unless you were to take your swim... not as a boy, but as a fish.
Turn me into a fish, you mean? Oh, yes. I'd like that. Will you come too, Merlyn?
Well... Oh, all right, just this once. Now, the question is, what sort of fish? A roach, perhaps?
Roach are silly. I'd rather be a perch.
Make sure you watch out for the heron, boy.
Very well, then. A fish you are, and a perch it is. In you go. Here I come.
Oh, you're a tench, Merlyn.
Correct. Binomial name Tinker Tinker, commonly known as the Doctor Fish. What are you doing?
I'm trying to swim. It's really difficult. I keep corkscrewing round and...
That's because you're trying to swim like a human instead of a fish.
I don't know how to swim like a fish.
Stop flapping like a flounder. It's a matter of basic anatomy. Your legs have fused together into your backbone and your feet and toes have become a tail fin.
And my arms have disappeared.
They're also fins, and much more useful down here, as well as being a delicately attractive shade of pink.
But my head's facing over my shoulder. Oh, I think.
Use that fact. Put your chin on your left shoulder and do jackknives.
What happened?
You spiraled yourself into the mud. You're living in 2 planes now, not 1. You have to use your feet to turn and spread those fins on your tummy to keep level.
I think I've got it. No, I haven't.
Come out of that clump of weed.
I'm all caught up.
Use your arm fins. Now, give a shot. Oh, careful, boy.
Sorry, Merlyn.
Just remember, direction is the better part of valor. Come on, let's go for a swim.
This is fun. I really like this feeling of not weighing anything.
I wish you'd stay close to me. You're swimming about as if there was nothing in the world to be afraid of down here. There are dangers everywhere.
There are?
Yes. What are those straight ahead of you?
Bulrushes?
They're a pair of legs. Look up there, through the water. What do you see?
A sort of dark shape.
It's that heron Archimedes warned you about. Over here, quick!
Oh. That was close.
This place is as dangerous as the forest up there. Herons, kingfishers, boys with fishing lines, and the creature we're going to meet.
Who's that?
The pike. He's old, but he's as regal as an emperor. Being currently a doctorfish, I have immunity, and I dare say he'll respect you as my companion. But you'd better keep your tail bent in case he's feeling a bit tyrannical.
Is he the king of the moat?
He is. See him, Ward, and you'll see what it is to be a king. There he is, ahead.
Where?
He's almost invisible. Little more than a shadow, hanging motionless among the weed. See him now?
Yes.
Those vast jaws are full of teeth, rows and ridges of them like nails in a workman's boots.
He's terrible.
He's been ravaged by all the passions of an absolute monarch. Cruelty, sorrow, age and pride, selfishness, loneliness and thoughts too strong for individual brains. He's predatory and pitiless.
He makes my fins tremble.
Yes, but that great jewel of an eye hints at a creature who's also fearful, sensitive, and full of griefs.
I really don't think I like him very much.
Hush now. Keep close, and don't speak until you're spoken to. Greetings, great lord.
Well, what do you want?
I've brought a young professor who would learn to profess.
To profess what?
Power.
You wish to know about power?
Yes, please, sir.
There's nothing except power. Power to seek and power to find. Power to await and power to claim. Power to grind and power to digest.
I see.
There is only power and nothing else. Power is of the mind, but the mind's power is not enough. In the end, power of the body decides everything. Only might is right.
Thank you.
Now I think you should go away, young master, for I find this conversation uninteresting and exhausting.
We will take our leave, Lord.
Yes. I think you ought to go away. Almost at once.
He's coming towards me.
Start backing away now.
I really do think you might be wise to go away. This very moment.
He's getting closer.
When I tell you, turn and swim for your life.
Indeed. I think you ought to put your back into it.
He's opening his jaws. The teeth.
Swim more! Now!
He'll catch me!
Keep swimming, Ward!
Run! I thought he'd got me.
A close one thing, I'd say.
So, what lesson have you learned from your educational trip?
To be a king, you must be more powerful than anyone.
and be feared by everyone.
Well, that definition would certainly fit many despots and dictators, but it is not an example of what kingship has to be. Despite what the old pike says, might is not necessarily right.
Well, I'm just glad I'll never have to worry about such things.
Well, you may care to remember them, though. You never know. Might come in useful one day.
I'm not sure how useful it was, Merlyn.
One of the risks of a liberal education.
Back then, I was beguiled by notions of knighthood and chivalry.
Or, to put it more simply, you just liked the idea of having a good fight.
Oh, yes, that's true. And I was so angry that fate had dictated that I could never aspire to the glories of knighthood.
Oh, you certainly were.
Kay's been thrown again.
Really?
On your feet, Master Kay!
It wasn't my fault that time.
How many times do I have to tell you? The spear should be held between the thumb and forefinger of the right hand. Thumb and forefinger!
That nag is only fit for the knacker's yard.
No knight ever blames his steed, Master Kay. You just ain't doing it right. Get your win and we'll try again.
You're not watching.
I'm reading. Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court. Insufferable twaddle. Anyway, what are you looking so thoughtful about?
Nothing, really.
Really?
I was just thinking about Kay training to be a knight.
I'll tell you what's wrong with this age. They're all games mad. A lot of brainless fossils swaggering about, calling themselves educated just because they can push each other off a horse with a bit of stick. Makes me tired.
Ready to go again, Master Kay? Sit up straight.
I am.
Not my idea of straight, and where should your shield arm be?
In line with the seam of my trouser leg.
I can't help wishing I could be a knight, despite...
Despite what?
Despite the fact that I can't. Because I'm not really a son of Sir Edgar. They'll knight Kay and I'll be his squire.
Too bad.
If only I'd been born with a proper father and mother, so that I could be a knight-errant.
And if you had been?
I'd have a splendid suit of armour and dozens of spears, and a black horse standing 18 hands. And I'd call myself the Black Knight. I'd live outdoors all the year round in a pavilion, and I'd never do anything but joust and go on quests and carry off the prize at tournaments. And I'd never tell anybody my name.
Your wife wouldn't enjoy much of a life.
I wouldn't have a wife. I suppose I'd have to have a lady love, just so that I could do daring deeds in her honour.
Naturally. Would you like to see some real knights-errant?
Oh, Merlyn, I would. We've never even had a tournament here.
Now then, keep the heels down and swing the body from
It might be managed.
Oh, please do.
I suppose it is educational, in a way.
I can't think of anything more educational than to see some real knights fighting. Oh, please say you'll do it.
Very well, then. Put your hands to your sides and relax your muscles. Now, what was that spell I borrowed from Molière? Capricius arci torum catalamus singularitur nominativa haec musa. Shut your eyes and keep them shut. Bonus bona bonum. Here we go! Deus sanctus, esne arato latinus, etiam vi quare pourquoi que substantivu et adjectivum concordat in generi numerum e casus. Get up and dust off your clothes, filthy business travelling. One of your wished-for knights is approaching. Why don't you go and greet him?
How do you do, boy?
Hello, sir.
Got a name, lad?
Wart.
What?
No, Wart.
Wart? Curious, what? Name's Pellinor. King Pellinor. May have heard of me, yes? No?
No, sir.
Oh, never mind. Had a kingdom once. No idea what happened to it. Engaged on a quest, you know. 17 years, come Michaelmas. Boring beyond belief.
What is your quest?
The burden of the Pelennors is to pursue the questing beast. Only a Pelennor can catch it. Tedious business. All the Pelennors trained with that one idea in mind. Limited education, really.
What does the questing beast look like?
The beast Glettisant, or the questing beast, you may call it either, has, according to the bestiaries, the head of a serpent, the body of a leopard, the haunches of a lion, and is footed like a deer. Wherever this beast goes, he makes a noise in his belly like the baying of 60 hounds.
It must be a dreadful kind of monster.
Well, I'm sure, if I ever find it, it will be. Why don't you introduce me to your friend?
This is my tutor, Merlyn.
Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet anybody, frankly. Passes the time on a quest.
Hail, Your Majesty.
Do you really think so? I thought he was going to be fine, myself.
He meant, how do you do?
Yes. How do you do? What do you think the weather looks like now?
Increasingly anticyclonic.
Good gracious. Are you sure?
Merlin's a great magician. He's very wise.
A magician? What? Spells and such like?
He's a white magician. You needn't be afraid of him.
Well, still, ought to be getting along after that questing beast.
I shouldn't go just yet, Your Majesty. Sir Grummore Grummersome is on his way here to challenge you to a joust.
No, you don't say. This Sir What's-his-name's coming here to challenge me to a joust?
Assuredly.
Oh, is he any good?
I should think it would be an even match.
Well, I must say, it never hails, but it pours. Haven't had a tilt since last winter, when the new handicaps came in.
Morning. Grummore Grummerson.
King Pelennor, and this is Wart, what? And the boy's tutor, magician fellow.
Really? Well, Pelennor, can't stand chattering all day. We'd better have a joust, yes?
Yes, I suppose we'd better. What shall we joust for?
Oh, the usual?
All right. Fair knight, I pray thee tell me thy name.
I choose, sir, that thou shalt not know my name.
That is discourteously said, for no knight refuses to speak his name openly, but for some reason of shame. Therefore, you must stay and joust with me, false knight.
They're taking up their positions.
And we'd better do the same. Let's get out of harm's way. We should be all right under that tree. You never know what'll happen in a joust like this.
Do you think they will kill each other?
Most unlikely. Look at the stuff they're wearing. They're more like Centurion tanks and knights.
They're off.
The truth about your idealized chivalric notions is that these old fools are hauling around their own weight in scrap metal. No wonder they can scarcely do more than lumber about like dinosaurs.
What are dinosaurs?
Another yet-to-be-discovered relic of the past.
Here they come now.
Now they're really off, both of them.
Flat on their backs.
At least the horses won't come to any harm.
Defend thee!
God save thee!
They're hammering one another.
Yes, I'm afraid they are, and very dull it is. Let me know when it's over. I'm going to read for a while. Unlimited power is the ideal thing when it is in safe hands. Absolute biffle. Still at it? I've read a whole chapter, heaven help me.
I wish Sir Grumble wouldn't keep hitting the poor old king. He can't take much more.
What do you yield?
No!
If you don't say yield, I'll cut your head off!
I won't yield! All right. yield! I yield!
Very well. Let's call it a day.
I yield not!
That was sneaky. Now Sir Cromwell's down.
You said yield.
I said I yield not!
Shake!
You're a liar!
Oh, merciful heavens.
It's getting serious.
Getting tedious. Time for the magical equivalent of a referee's whistle. Enough's enough. Over and out.
Ought we to go and help?
We could pour water on their heads, I suppose, but I doubt they'd thank us for making their armour rusty. They'll be all right. Besides, it's time that we were home.
But they might be dead.
Nonsense. In a minute or two, they'll come round and go off home to dinner and be the best of friends.
Do you think so?
I know so.
Oh. Glorious. Joust. Must do it again sometime.
Fancy a spot of dinner?
There you are.
Nowhere to go. Always on the trail of a damned questing beast.
It's not far to my place. Put you up for the night?
Oh, very decent of you.
Not at all. Got some excellent mead needs drinking.
Well, that's basically all you need to know about the glories of knighthood.
Now then, Master Walt. You've been a snoozing there long enough. Come over here and see some real tilting.
Real tilting? I don't think any of us saw that until Lancelot came to Camelot.
How did the other knights react to the newcomer? No doubt Gawain had his nose put out of joint.
Oh, just a little.
And what did the rest of Camelot make of him?
He was gallant, noble and courageous, a paragon of chivalry and virtue. I was instantly under his spell, quickly followed by everyone else. More or less. He was physically, you know...
Ugly? Certainly not at all the ideal of masculine beauty that will be portrayed by future generations of poets and artists.
I used to tease him and say he'd a face capable of scaring off an entire enemy army. But it didn't take long before you stopped noticing his looks and saw only what lay beneath. Gwen took longer than most, but then, when she did... Of course, I met Lance a few years earlier when he was here from France with his father, King Ban.
He didn't take the name Lancelot until his confirmation, so he'd still have been Galahad then.
Yes, but the personality was already fully formed. I remember I showed him round my menagerie at the Tower, and it was clear that he was inquiring, enthusiastic, and painfully serious.
Wonderful assemblage of God's creatures, Your Majesty. Like the Ark of Noah in the heart of London.
Yes, I'm very proud of the collection. Which do you like most?
That's easy to answer, sir. The lion and the eagle.
Oh?
Yes, because whilst only beasts, they can be likened to Christ in their royal grandeur. For the lion is the king of beasts, and the eagle the king of birds.
Yes,
My favourite book in my father's library is a bestiary, depicting all the birds and beasts and explaining their spiritual significance.
Really?
Yes, sir. That's why so many are represented as heraldic devices on shields and banners.
You're keen on chivalry?
At home, I practice riding and swordsmanship every day.
I'm not surprised. I was watching you joining in the games at the feast last night. You seemed to win most of them.
Yes, I'm quite good at games.
Well, you may be interested in an idea I've had for the time when I've got this realm settled and I can start being a real king. Essentially, it's to bring together people who, like you, are good at games, make them knights, and start a new order of chivalry to fight against the misuse of might. By which I mean...
understand exactly.
You do?
Oh, yes. In France, we call it fort main. In English, that would be strong hand.
Yes,
And it means that the man with the strongest arm gets to be head of the clan and do whatever he likes.
Exactly so. Well,
I want to put an end to strong-arm tactics by having a band of knights who believe in justice rather than strength. Do you think you'd care to help me with that?
Very much so. But I shall need to train even harder, and I will.
Yes, well, you do that, and I'll send for you when I get the idea off the ground.
I shall await your command.
Here's his book. The Bestiary. He marked a passage. The phoenix, unique and unparalleled in the whole world, lives long, and when it eventually grows old, builds itself a funeral pyre of spiced branches, and turning its body to the rays of the sun, and flapping its wings, sets fire to itself and is burnt to ashes. Yet, on the 9th day, it rises anew.
Questionable ornithology, of course, but with a certain symbolic truth. I realise it's hard to believe, but the great dream you and Lancelot once shared won't ever die. One day, like the phoenix, it will rise again.
Will it? Just how good a dream was it, really? Imagined by an orphan who fantasized about being a knight, but who was doomed to be a squire, and was never even any good as a page.
Hardly surprising, since you were never destined to be a page.
Who's hogging the mead? Is it you, Kay? Pass it along, lad.
Here, Ward, make yourself useful. Take this to my father.
Yes, Kay.
His Majesty King Pellinore. Sir Hector! The news. Have you heard?
What news, Pellinore?
Terrible news.
Oh, for pity's sake, man. Sit down. Get your breath back.
Yes.
Ward, pour the king a drink.
Is the king...
Which king?
Our king. Uther Pendragon.
What's the matter with him?
I bet he's coming down to hunt in our forest again.
Oh, I hope not. Royal visits are a nightmare.
We can't hunt anymore, poor fellow. He's dead.
Dead?
Yes. Uther, the Conqueror. Rest in peace.
We ought to half-mast the flags.
We should. Someone must tell the Sergeant-at-Arms.
Ward can go.
Yes, be a good lad, Ward. Do that.
Yes, Director. Right away.
A solemn moment. Ought to say something, really?
Yes. Yes, of course. The king is dead. Long live the king.
All very well saying that, but who is this king that's to live so long?
His heir, of course.
No, Uther had no heir.
Or any next of kin.
Do you mean we're actually living in a country without a king?
Not a scrap of one.
And a whole bunch of rebels north of the border ready to chance their arm.
Except, and here's the exciting part, there have been signs and wonders.
Signs and wonders?
Yes, yes. There's appeared a sort of sword in a stone, in a sort of church, not in the church, if you see what I mean, and not in the stone, actually, but in an anvil sort of thing.
You're not making a lot of sense, Pellinore. Have another horn of mead and take your time.
Well, it's complicated, you see. The sword's stuck through an anvil, which stands on a stone. It goes right through the anvil and into the stone, and the stone stands outside a church in the middle of London.
It doesn't sound like much of a wonder to me.
Well, it's not really about the anvil or the stone or the church. It's about the words written on it.
On what? The church? The stone? The anvil?
The sword! On its pommel!
What are they?
What a what?
The words on this sword, in this anvil, in this stone outside this church in London.
I've been trying to tell you. In letters of gold is the legend. Whoso pulleth out this sword of this stone and anvil is rightwise king born of all England.
So, who pulled it out?
No one.
Why not?
Because they can't. Can't even get it to budge. And goodness knows how many have tried. That's where the excitement comes in. They proclaimed a tournament for New Year's Day. The first man who comes along and pulls out the sword will be King of all England.
Can we go, Father, and have a try?
Oh, certainly not. Long way to London, wouldn't think of it. My father went there once.
I've never been. Well, all the more reason to go.
Lots of people in London, so they say.
If we don't go and have a shot at that sword, everyone will say Sir Hector's family was too vulgar and knew it hadn't a chance.
We all know the family hasn't a chance. And shops.
All right, forget about the sword. Think of the tournament. Probably the greatest there's ever been. When I'm knighted, I'll have to go to a tournament somewhere, and this one's happening at just the right time. If you love me, you'll let me go, to prove myself in my maiden fight.
It is the capital, after all.
Oh, very well. Let's all go to London then and see the new king.
Hurrah!
Yes. Why shouldn't I be as good a man as my father?
Let's drink to it then. The tournament. London.
The tournament. London.
Ah, here you are, Walt.
Hello, Merlyn. Archimedes.
Been looking for you. Forgot you'd be in the kitchen.
Part of my training for being a squire. Scrubbing pots and pans.
Of course. Looks like heavy work.
Don't suppose you could use some of your magic, could you, Merlyn?
Certainly not.
Thought not. Did you hear the king's died?
Tempus fugit, memento mori.
Yes, thank you, Archimedes. But that's not what's making you look so sad, is it?
No. It's nothing really. Just, well, Kay. Even before he's knighted, he's treating me like his servant. And he doesn't want me to go hawking or anything with him anymore. So of course I don't.
I see.
But I will go, as soon as he commands me. Kay's a good person, really. And I'm glad for him that he's going to be a knight. I know you think all knights are bumbling buffoons in too much armour, like King Pellinor.
Well, some are, some aren't.
Anyway, I'm sure I'll make a better squire than Kay would.
Only fools want to be great. As to your present dilemma, the best thing for being sad is to...
Learn something?
He's learning. It's the only thing that never fails. You may grow old and see the world devastated by evil lunatics or your honour trampled in the sewers by your enemies, but there's only one remedy. Learn something. Just look at what a lot of things there are to learn. You can learn astronomy in a lifetime, natural history in 3, literature in 6. Then, after you've exhausted 1,000 million lifetimes in biology, medicine, geography, history and economics, you could start learning how to make a cartwheel. And then when you've done that, you could begin again with mathematics and pure science until it's time to learn to plough.
Yes, but what do you suggest for me right now?
Well, let's think. I've turned you into various creatures, fish, bird, insect. Must be something I've overlooked.
What about the badger?
Excellent suggestion. A creature of the earth.
I'd rather like to meet a badger.
Good. And except for Archimedes, she's the most learned creature I know.
Thank you.
Not at all. You're like her. You ready?
Yes.
Off you go then. And get Badger my love.
So, Merlyn sent you to me to finish your education.
Yes.
This way. Crazy, rambling old place. Much too big for just one, but come on through and sit down. Oh, we'll be snug enough in here for a chat. If it's learning you're after, you've come to the right shop. But don't you find it all a bit dull?
I think I'm beginning to get quite good at learning.
Excellent. Because I'm going to tell you an old story about how man became the master of the animals.
Thank you.
People often ask whether the process of evolution... Has Merlyn taught you about evolution yet?
I don't think so.
Too advanced, I suppose. Well, let's put it this way. Have you ever asked which came first, the chicken or the egg? By which I mean, was there an egg out of which the first chicken came, or did a chicken lay the first egg? Well,
I'm in a position to say that the first thing created was the egg. Or rather, eggs. Having made all the eggs from which all the fishes, reptiles, birds and mammals would eventually emerge, God called all the embryos before him, and there they stood in a long, respectful line. "Now, you embryos," said God, "here you are, all looking exactly the same. But we are pleased to grant you a special gift. You may alter any parts of yourselves into anything that you'd think would be useful to you in later life. At the moment, you can't dig, but anybody who'd like to turn his hands into a pair of spades may do so. At present, you can only use your mouths for eating, but anybody who'd like to use his mouth as an offensive weapon can change it by asking to become a crocodile or a saber-toothed tiger. Now then, step up and choose your tools, but remember, whatever you to choose, you'll have to stick with." So, the embryos thought it over, and one by one made their choice. Some decided to use their arms as flying machines and their mouths as crackers, drillers or spoons. Others chose to use their bodies as boats and their hands as oars.
So what did the badgers choose?
We badgers thought very hard and asked to exchange our skins for shields, our mouths for weapons, and our arms for garden forks.
Oh.
But everyone specialised in one way or another, except for one. Man. "Well, little man," said God, "you've waited till the last. What can we do for you?" "Please, God," replied man, "I think you made me in this shape for reasons best known to yourself. So, if I've a choice, I'll stay as I am, a defenceless embryo all my life, making myself a few feeble implements out of the wood, iron and other materials which you've put before me. I've probably been very silly in refusing your kind offer, but I've thought it over carefully and hope my decision will please you." "Well done," said God. "You'll look like an embryo till they bury you. But we have great pleasure in conferring upon you dominion over the fowls of the air and the beasts of the earth and the fishes of the sea. Though eternally undeveloped, you will be forever in our image, able to see some of our sorrows and feel some of our joys. We are partly sorry for you, man, but partly hopeful. Run along now and do your best."
Thank you. It's a good story.
A trifle optimistic, I fear.
Why? Man is the king of the animals.
Is he? Or is he the tyrant?
I'm not sure you have to be a tyrant in order to be a king.
Well said, young fella. You are learning. So, tell me your news.
Merlyn's well, and tomorrow Kay is to be made a knight.
And you?
Just a squire to Kay.
Ah, yes. I see. Well, all I can say is what God said to that first man. Run along now and do your best.
So, what did the badger tell you?
To do my best.
And of course you will.
Merlyn, Kay won't tell me what happens when you're made a knight. He says it's too sacred.
Pompous oaf.
What does happen?
Well, mostly just a lot of fuss. You'll have to undress him and put him into a bath hung with rich hangings. And then 2 experienced knights, Sir Ector will probably ask King Pellinore and Sir Grummore, and they'll sit on the edge of the bath and give him a long lecture about the ideals of chivalry.
Such as they are.
Then they'll pour some of the bath water over him and sign him with the cross. When he's dry, you'll dress him up as a hermit and take him to the chapel where he stays awake all night watching his armour and praying. Romantics pretend the vigil is lonely and terrible, but it's not really, because you, as his squire, an armed guard and the vicar will all have to sit up with him. In the morning, as soon as he's confessed and heard Mass, you'll lead him off to bed. When everyone's rested, you dress him up again, this time in his very best clothes, and bring him into the hall with his spurs and his sword all ready. Sir Grummore puts on the first spur, King Pellinore puts on the second, and then Sir Ector girds on the sword, kisses him, smacks him on the shoulder, and says, "Be thou a good knight."
Is that all?
That's all, except for the dinner afterwards, which will require all these pots and pans you're looking at to have been well and truly scrubbed.
If I were to be made a knight, I'd pray to God to let me encounter all the evil in the world, so that if I were victorious, there'd be none left. And if I were defeated, I'd be the one to suffer for it.
That would be extremely presumptuous of you, and you would be conquered, and you would suffer for it.
I shouldn't mind.
No, wouldn't you? Wait till it happens and see.
Why is it when people are grown up, they don't think as I do now when I'm young?
Suppose you wait till you are grown up to know the reason.
I don't think that is an answer at all.
You're right, boy. It isn't.
Very well. You want an answer? Suppose they didn't let you stand against all the evil in the world.
I could ask.
Yes. Yes, you could ask. Well, there's something I need to tell you. It will be difficult for you, but you have to try to understand. Will you try?
Excuse me.
What?
Excuse me!
What? What do you think? We're all going to London for a great tournament on New Year's Day.
Are we?
Yes, and you'll carry my shield and spears for the jousts, and I'll win every contest and be a great knight.
Well, I've got some news too. Merlyn's leaving us.
I thought we were the ones who were leaving.
He's going away from the Forest Sauvage.
Oh, come now, Merlyn. What's all this about?
I have come to say goodbye, Sir Ector. Tomorrow my pupil Kay will be knighted, and my other pupil will become his squire. I've outlived my usefulness here. It's time to go.
Oh, no, don't say that. You could stay and teach me, or be the librarian or something.
I must go. There are many things in other parts of the kingdom that need attending to just now. And there's no cause to be sad. We shall all meet again.
And he's leaving me to keep a couple of eyes on things.
But, Merlyn, you can't go. Not without a month's notice.
No, can't I? Goodbye, everyone.
Well, yes. Well, better start packing for London.
Pass me my shield, squire.
Yes, okay.
Nearly time for your first joust. Now, have you got everything? Okay?
Oh, no.
What's the matter, son?
My sword! I've left it back at the inn.
Well, you've got to have a sword, boy.
Oh, what a damned mistake to make. Squire!
Yes, okay.
Ride hard back to the inn and fetch my sword. Well?
I shall go at once.
Fetch it in time and you shall have a shilling.
What are you doing? And why on earth are you riding away from the tournament?
Kay leaves his sword behind, and I have to go looking for it. And then, the nerve of it, offers me a shilling for going.
You don't let him upset you, lad.
I mean, there he was, sitting on his great charger, looking down on me on this little donkey affair.
It's a palfrey, not a donkey, so don't exaggerate, and don't insult your mount.
Calling me squire?
Irritating, I agree, but that's what you are.
Yes. Whoa, boy. Here's the inn. Sorry, boy. Archimedes is right. I shouldn't have called you a donkey.
Are you sure this is the right place? It looks pretty deserted.
Yes. Hello? Hello? Anyone at home? Hello? Hello? Anyone? Hello? They must have all gone to the tournament.
What are you going to do now to earn your shilling?
Kay didn't mean it, you know. All that shilling stuff was only because he was scared. And now he's got good cause. Oh well, I'll just have to find him another sword.
How are you going to go about that?
I'm not sure, but Kay will have a sword of some sort. Even if I have to break into the Tower of London.
That's quite a plan.
Or I could waylay some knight and take his weapon by force.
Ooh, a little ambitious, don't you think?
I suppose so. But somewhere in a great town like this, there must be a swordsmith shop that's still open. Maybe I could buy one.
With what? You haven't even got Kay's shilling.
I know. What I don't know is what to do, or which way to go. If Merlyn were here, he'd know.
And he'd probably want you to work it out for yourself.
You're no help.
I'm not meant to be.
This is hopeless. It feels like I've tried every street in London. This way, boy. And now another blind turning. Nothing but a churchyard.
What is it, lad?
A sword! A sword stuck through an anvil. On top of a stone. What's it doing here?
Oh, don't ask me.
Must be some sort of war memorial. But it'll have to do. I'm sure no one will begrudge a sword for a knight of the realm in desperate straits. It's beautiful. Archimedes, look at the jewels on the pommel.
I'm looking.
Sword, I must beg your mercy and take you for a better cause. Oh!
What is it?
When I've got hold of the sword, it's as though I can see everything more clearly. There's lovely perfume on the air. And music. And people. There are people here. I can't see them properly, but I can sense them. Who are you? What do you want? I have to take this sword. It's not for me. It's for Kay. I'll bring it back. Come on, sword. It's pretty well fixed. I'm not sure I can pull it out.
Remember your lessons, boy. All those things you've learned.
I'll try.
Remember your time as an owl. What's the first law of foot?
A strong grip and a firm hold. Never let go.
Exactly so.
The most
important thing
is to be alive.
Is to be alive.
Put your
back into it.
Do your
best. Oh, Merlyn, help me get this sword. It's coming. I have it.
What's this? This isn't my sword.
It's the only one I could get. The inn was locked.
It's a nice-looking sword. Where did you get it?
I found it stuck in a stone, outside a church.
What?
Yes, it was stuck through an anvil.
What?
Are you ready for your joust, Kay?
Father! You remember that sword? Which the King of England would pull out?
Yes, of course.
Well, here it is. I have it. In my hand.
Good Lord. Pellinor!
Look at this!
Nice sword.
Look at the words! Pellinor, it's letters of gold.
Whoso pulleth out this sword of this stone and anvil is rightwise king, born of all England.
Where did this come from, Kay?
From the anvil on the stone in the churchyard, of course. And I pulled it out.
Did you? Well then, we must go to the churchyard right away.
Well, here's the stone, and Kay has the sword.
Now then, Kay, you're my son, and I'm proud of you. And always will be, whatever you do. Will you promise me that you took it out by your own strength? Well?
No. I lied.
Oh.
Wart pulled it out.
Wart, put the sword back in the stone. Now, Kay, try to pull it out again.
But
do as I say, please.
Very well. Joe, it's no use.
Let me try. No. Pellinor?
What? Why don't we just let young Wart do it?
It was only that I needed a sword for Kay and...
Do as King Pellinor says, boy.
Oh dear.
Sire.
Please don't kneel, Father.
You know that I'm not your father, nor of your blood.
That doesn't matter a bit.
You're of higher blood than I could ever have guessed. Sire, will you be my good and gracious lord when you're king?
Don't!
I'll ask no more of you but that you will make my son, your foster brother, Sir Kay, seneschal of all your lands.
Please stop. Let me help you up, Father. Of course Kay can be seneschal, if I've really got to be king, but... I just wish I'd never seen that wretched sword.
I've never seen such crowds.
Thank goodness that's over. So much fuss.
Oh, pity Merlyn missed the fun, though.
Yes, I wish he'd been here.
Better late, as they say.
Merlyn!
So, here we are. Or were, again.
Tell me you'll be staying for a long time.
Of course. And how nice you look in your crown. I wasn't allowed to tell you before, but your father was King Uther Pendragon, and it was I who, disguised as a beggar, first carried you to Sir Ector's castle in your royal swaddling bands. I know all about your birth and parentage. I know the joys before you, and the sorrows, and how there'll never again be anybody who dares to call you by the friendly name of Wart. In future, it will be your glorious doom to take up the burden and to enjoy the nobility of your proper title. So now I shall crave the privilege of being the very first of your subjects to address you by it, as my dear liege lord, King Arthur.
And here you are back again.
Yes, though only for a few hours more. You still have the sword from the stone?
Yes. And I shall carry it tomorrow. Though to what fate, I wonder.
Come dawn, you will wield it with all the courage of a true king.
In The Sword in the Stone, Part 2 of The Once and Future King by T.H. White, Arthur was played by Paul Reddy, Merlyn by David Warner, Wart, Edward Bracey, Archimedes, Bruce Alexander, and Sir Ector by Michael Burtonshaw. Kay was Paul Heath, King Pellinore, Sam Dale, Sir Grummore Grummersome, David Acton, Lancelot, Alex Waldmann, the Pike, Sean Mason, the Badger, Elaine Claxton, and the Sergeant-at-Arms was Ian Conningham. The Once and Future King is dramatised by Brian Sibley, original music is by Elizabeth Purnell, and the directors are David Hunter, Marc Beeby, and Gemma Jenkins. The Once and Future King by T.H. White, dramatised by Brian Sibley, with Paul Reddy as Arthur and David Warner as Merlyn. Part 3, The Queen of Air and Darkness.
When I was a child, my old nurse told me that 3 a.m. was the devil's hour, the time of night when death was most likely to come calling for your soul. It's all right, Bran, old boy. There.
Honestly, Arthur, you're even spooking the dog with your old wives' tales on mumbo jumpers.
Sorry, boy. It's hard not to believe that fate is running an inevitable course towards an inescapable conclusion.
If you insist on seeing your ancestry as a curse...
Well, Merlyn, if you told me or remembered to tell me a little more, maybe I might have dealt with it better.
When the time came for you to know, when you held the sword from the stone in your hand, didn't I tell you the truth about your father being King Uther Pendragon?
Yes, but you didn't think to tell me who my mother was.
Well,
And it might have helped if you'd told me the truth about the Orkney clan back then.
When?
On the day of my coronation. If you'd just told me that the cheering crowds were not the only voices being raised to express an opinion about the new king.
I'll not be bending the knee to that child. We conquered this country before he was born. Well, if the so-called right-wise king of all England wants to keep his specious title, he's going to have to fight for it.
Suppose you had known about King Lot of Lothian and his cronies. Wouldn't have changed much, would it? Not when the real power was back in Orkney, with his wife, Morgause.
Tell us a story, Mother.
What story shall I tell you, my nest of vipers?
Tell us our story.
The story of why there is hatred between our family and that of the English kings?
Yes.
Let me see if I can remember how it begins.
Long time past.
Thank you, Gawain. Long time past, before you were born, or even thought of, there was my mother, your beautiful grandmother.
Igraine, the Countess of Cornwall.
Yes, Agravain. And although she was married to Galore,
Our grandfather.
the bloody King of England fell in love with her.
His name was Uther Pendragon.
Who is telling this story?
Let Mother tell it, Gareth.
Pendragon sent for your grandparents to stay with him at his house in the Tower of London. And while they were there, he asked your grandmother if she would become his wife instead of grandfather's. But the chaste and beautiful Countess of Cornwall...
Granny.
Close your mouth, Gareth.
And let that apply to your own, Gawain.
Yes, Mother.
The chaste and beautiful Countess of Cornwall spurned the advances of King Uther Pendragon and told our grandfather about it, saying, I suppose we were sent for in order that I should be dishonoured. Wherefore, my husband, let us depart from here at once, that we may ride all night to our own castle. So they went out in the middle of the night.
It was dead of night, wasn't it?
Yes. When everyone was asleep, They saddled their prancing, fire-eyed, swift-footed, vehement steeds and rode away into Cornwall as fast as they could go.
It was a terrible ride, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And they rode their horses till they killed them beneath them.
They did not.
They did, Gareth, didn't they, Mother?
Our grandfather and Granny would not have ridden any horses to kill them, would they?
Didn't. Quiet! Do you all want a beating?
No, Mother.
No, Mother.
I'm sorry.
Please, go on.
That's better. It was a terrible ride, and their horses nearly died beneath them. And when, in the morning, King Uther Pendragon learned what had happened, he was filled with rage and swore that within 40 days he would have the Earl of Cornwall out of his strongest Cornish castle and his head served up in a pie dish. Now, your grandfather had 2 castles in Cornwall, so he put Grandmother Igraine in the castle at Tintagel, while he went to Castle Terrible, where, soon after, Uther Pendragon came to lay siege.
I remember the next part of the story, and there was a great war, and many people were slain.
1,000?
2,000 at least. We Celts would not have slain less than 2,000.
In truth, it was 1,000,000.
Oh, sorrow take it, will you all give us peace? However, when your grandfather was winning the siege, and it looked as if King Uther would be utterly defeated, there came along a wicked necromancer called Merlyn, who, by means of his infernal arts, succeeded in putting the treacherous Uther Pendragon inside your grandmother's castle. Learning what had happened, your grandfather immediately made a sortie out of his castle at Terrible, but was treacherously slain in the battle. And the poor Countess of Cornwall, the chaste and beautiful Igraine, was taken prisoner by the black-hearted, faithless King of the Dragon. And then, in spite of the fact that she had 3 beautiful daughters already...
The lovely Cornwall sisters.
Aunt Elaine.
Aunt Morgana.
And
you, Mother.
Yes, my little scarab beetle. I, Morgause, the Queen of Air and Darkness. Despite being a mother 3 times over, your poor grandmother was forced into marrying the King of England, the monster who had slain her husband. And this is why your noble father, King Lot of Orkney and Lothian, and our whole clan will forevermore be the mortal foes of the Clan Pendragon. Now, tell me, my fox cubs, what is the proverb by which you must live?
There are 4 things that a Lothian cannot trust.
Yes.
A cow's horn.
A horse's hoof.
A dog's snarl.
And an Englishman's laugh.
If it's true that my father killed the Queen of Orkney's father, then you could argue that she had good reason for wanting her husband to rebel against me.
A personal reason, Arthur, yes, but personal reasons are no excuse for war.
It's settled.
How many?
All 5 have agreed to join the rebellion. Nantes, Riordan, Crandos in Scotland, and now the king with 1,000 knights.
When?
And 2 days. Satisfied.
About time.
We'll be accused of following the path of treason.
You are King Lot of the Out Isles, and you'll neither bow to his dubious claims to kingship, nor accept whatever dictates are handed down from this upstart's throne room, hundreds of miles away in the Tower of London.
With the long march south, he'll have enough time to muster a significant army. They may well have the advantage over us.
You all have the advantage of a lifetime's experience of warfare.
True. He's no much older than our Gawain. Certainly hasn't fought so much as a day on a battlefield.
Well, then he'll either learn swiftly or lose his head along with his crown. Rather an attractive head, rumour has it.
Well, happily, if we succeed, you'll never find out.
His misfortune.
You know, I wonder if that cursed Merlyn wasn't behind the business with the sword and the stone.
Of course he was, and no doubt he'll try to aid Arthur with his devious arts in the battle to come, but do not underestimate my powers of necromancy.
How could I ever underestimate you, Morgause?
A spell to grant powers of scrying and reveal what will befall in future days.
Well, this hocus-pocus one.
Oh, leave the dark arts to me. Take thou a picture of pure spring water and pour it into a silver bowl. Take then an inkhorn of black scrivener's ink and add to the water, stirring with a small willow wand until the waters do become black as sable. Wait thou till every disturbance of the surface has ceased, whereupon the bowl is become thy black mirror for the art of scrying. Extinguish all lights but a single tallow candle. Lot. As thy gaze is drawn into the deepest depths of the mirror's darkness, chant thou the incantation until its shadows yield up what visions, signs, and portents may be revealed to thee. Mirror, mirror, scry for me. Mirror, mirror, let me see. As I will, so mote it be.
Do you see anything?
I see a field of conflict, a fearful melee of man and steed, the clash of sword on shield, the splintering of lance on armour, showers of arrows, cries of triumph, howls of defeat, the raising of the victorious standard.
What device does it bear? The black falcon of Orkney, or the red dragon of Arthur? Let me see.
Oh, fool! You've broken the spell!
Then the outcome is uncertain.
No, I saw enough to know that victory will be yours, and that you'll dispatch the murdering Pendragon's son and return to me in triumph.
Supposing he'd known my dragon, not his falcon, would win the day, I wonder if he'd still have marched south.
Remember Julius Caesar? In my experience, generals rarely take much notice of signs and portents. One thing's certain. King Lot could never have anticipated just what a resounding victory you'd have.
I seem to remember that wasn't quite your view afterwards.
Is that so?
Yes. We were standing on the battlements of Camelot one evening.
Oh, yes. Yes, what a glorious sunset that was. An idyllic moment only marred by the fact that you were infuriatingly cock-a-hoop.
What a splendid battle.
You think so?
It was victorious and fun. Did you see the way Lot of Orkney ran when I began using Excalibur?
He had you down first.
Yeah, well, all right, yes, he did. But as soon as I drew Excalibur, they all ran like rabbits.
No. Well, I'll come again, you know, more next time.
Let them come. I don't mind. I'll beat them properly next time, then they'll see who the master is.
I suppose you'll learn someday, but God knows it's heartbreaking uphill work.
Oh?
Is that all you can say? Oh, like a schoolboy.
I'll cut your head off if you're not careful.
Be my guest, cut it off. What do you know about that kingly robe of velvet that hangs from your royal shoulders?
It was my father's.
Yes, Uther the Conqueror. And it's trimmed with the beards of 14 kings whom he vanquished and beheaded. So please, cut off my head and then you can add my whiskers to the rest.
What's the matter, Merlyn? Have I been doing something wrong?
It's not so much what you're doing, it's how you're thinking. It's one thing I can't stand, it's stupidity.
If I've done something stupid, tell me.
Tell you? Tell you? And what's going to happen when there's nobody to tell you and I'm locked up in this cave of mine, I'd like to know.
What cave?
I'll hang the cave for a moment. Answer me this. How many were killed in this fun battle of yours?
I don't know.
I'll tell you. More than 700. And for the record, all those killed were foot soldiers. Those hapless serfs and yokels who marched into battle for you without the benefit of armour. None of the knights were injured, except the one who broke his leg falling off his horse. Oh, yes, and forgive me, I was forgetting you had some really nasty bruises.
So where have I gone wrong?
What's the point in always asking me for advice when soon I won't be here to give it?
What is all this about you not being here?
I'm shortly due to fall in love with a young enchantress called Nimue, who learned my spells and locked me up in a cave for several centuries. It's one of those things that are going to happen.
That's terrible. We must do something about it.
Oh, nonsense. As a matter of fact, it'll be charming to have a rest for a few hundred years. And I must say, I'm rather looking forward to Nimue. But now, what was I talking about?
About this enchantress that learns your spell.
I was talking about not asking my advice. Well, I'm going to give you some now. I advise you to start thinking for yourself. Think about your realm and about the sort of things a king has to do.
I suppose I haven't thought very much, really.
Then there's another question for you. What's all this chivalry about, anyway? It simply means having a castle and being rich enough to make the people do whatever you like. It's the armour that does it.
The armour?
Yes. All those barons can go about slicing up the poor as much as they want, whereas it'd take them at least a day's work to do any sort of real damage to one another. And what's their motto? Might is right. Meaning, if you've got strength on your side, you can do whatever you please.
What's this got to do with King Lot?
Everything. Pulling swords out of stones is hardly a conventional way of claiming a throne. Although, it's far more complex than that.
It is?
Am I supposed to have managed your education? Revolts are seldom about just one thing. They're usually the result of a complete muddle of reasons. But the main one here is that these rebel kings belong to an ancient race of people, sometimes called the Old Ones, who were driven out of England by another race of people represented by you. Naturally, they now want to be as nasty as possible to you whenever they can. This revolt was their chance to pay off a few racial scores.
I see.
Oh, yes, and indulge in the mindless sport of bloodletting. Their revolution costs them nothing. They can just settle down to enjoy the fun on the battlefield because, like you, they're dressed in armour.
I think you've made your point about the armour.
Have I? Good. Because when I think of your precious chivalry, what I think of isn't knights in armour, but barns burned, ponds polluted, mills falling down, the dead bodies of farm workers, millers and carpenters littering the countryside, and common people scared to walk the roads of your kingdom without fear of being robbed or killed. That's the unmistakable Uther Pendragon touch, the brutal face of chivalry.
So, might isn't right, is it, Merlyn?
Oh, cunning lad. I'm too old a fox to be caught like that. You'll have to work the rest out for yourself. Is might right? And, if not, why not? And what are you going to do about it?
Well, I'm, going to...
Yes?
Think about it.
Good.
Merlyn, have you ever looked down on the castle courtyard from up here?
I imagine so. Why?
You see that fellow down there, carrying the bucket?
Keeper of your menagerie, isn't he?
Yes. But see how small he looks. Supposing...
What?
Supposing I was to take this piece of loose stone here and drop it on his head, what would happen?
At 32 feet per second, I'd say it'd kill him, if you pardon the pun, stone dead.
You sure?
Yes, 400 G is enough to shatter the skull.
I've never killed anybody like that.
Well, you are the king. Nobody can say anything to you if you did.
That's one of the nice things about being king.
Is it?
Because I can just drop this stone, or I could use it to knock your hat off.
Oh, you young rascal! You can jolly well go down there and fetch it back! Were you ever happier?
Probably not.
I remember thinking you were Adam before the fall. No hint of failure, disappointment, unhappiness. Nothing to spoil your vision of a perfect world.
Well, that was your doing. You gave me an extraordinary insight into the realm of nature.
Of course, the boys in Orkney were as close to nature as you, but theirs was a harsh and brutal land.
True. I remember Gawain telling me once about a day when he and his brothers took a poor moth-eaten donkey from a field, its legs tied so it could barely hobble, in order to carry them down to the harbour.
Move, you stupid brute! Pull on that rope, Gareth.
I am! It won't bite!
Make it! The boat's coming in. If we're going to get some fresh caught fish to please Mother.
We need a whip! Pull up one of those thistles!
Right. That'll make it shift itself.
Here!
Harder, Gawain! Harder!
It's no good!
Just give it here, I'll show you! It's no good tickling it! You've got to thrash it!
Don't let it get away!
Quick!
Mother will be waiting.
No one had told them that it was cruel to hurt the donkey, but then no one had told the donkey either. So they were united, boys and beast, by a bond of pain, inflicted and resisted.
I had no understanding of cruelty as a child. That only came later. But those boys knew too much about cruelty to ever be surprised by it. Morgause has a lot to answer for.
I did warn you.
So who is this Queen Morgause?
Kay, don't let's spoil a glorious day in the country by talking about her.
But Merlyn...
Well, let's not talk about revolts and wars for once. What do you say, Arthur?
Sir Ector's right. Let's just enjoy the fact that we've succeeded in catching enough grouse for our supper.
And how tragic those poor birds now look dangling from your saddle.
But how tasty they'll be, roasted with vegetables and black pudding.
Barbarians!
You don't all share your newfound obsession with vegetarianism.
Or your self-righteous attitude to blood sports.
I'm not self-righteous about it, Kay. I've just decided I prefer wildlife alive today.
Then why come hunting with us?
Because even though I know it to be a sin, I've never lost my love of watching the falcons making their masterly circles. Mere turning specks in the sky, and the burr with which they side on the grouse, and the way in which their wretched quarry go end over tip into the heather.
What a hypocrite you are, Merlyn.
Well, at least I stopped short of eating the hapless creatures.
Getting back to my question...
No, I can see Kay will give me no peace until I answer. In Orkney Castle, Morgause is the one who wears the truths.
They say she is, or was, a great beauty.
Blue-eyed and raven-haired. Beautiful, yes, but also terrible.
I'm told they call her the Queen of Air and Darkness.
So they do, for she has some elemental powers that come from an older age. And her ambition is the reason why there'll be another war with King Lot.
Another war? Excellent. Just when things were getting a bit boring.
Is this true, Arthur?
Merlyn assures me it is.
But we crushed their revolt.
There are those for whom there can never be enough wars, and that's because wars are a wickedness of a wicked species.
But there's always a reason behind a war, isn't there? Some wrong done by someone to someone else.
And wrongs have to be redressed by reason, not by force.
So, you're saying there's never a valid reason for going to war?
The one conceivable reason for fighting is if the other man starts it. Then you might be able to argue that you've a duty to stop it.
But both sides always say that the other side started it.
Well, of course they do. That shows that both sides are consciously acknowledging that the wicked thing about any war is its beginning.
Obviously, in this case, King Lot started it.
Well, I certainly don't feel as if I did. In fact, I didn't even know it was going to start until it had.
No, it's never too hard to work out who started a conflict. In the last resort, it's ultimately the man who strikes the first blow.
But supposing one man made the threat, while the other struck the first blow.
Oh, go and put your head in a bucket. All I'm saying is that it's usually as plain as a pikestaff who started it, and if you're not sure, then go and be a pacifist. For example, I was a fervent pacifist myself during the Boer War.
Which war?
Oh, never mind. Point is, unless Arthur can improve the way things work at present, his reign will be an endless series of petty battles, either fought out of spite or for sport, and in which the poor man will be the only one who dies.
That's a radical view.
Sorry, Merlyn, I still don't understand it.
I think I do. Life's bitter enough already without territories, wars, and noble feuds. Man's destiny is to unite, not to divide. Keep on dividing and you end up as a collection of monkeys throwing nuts at each other out of separate trees. That, Arthur, is why I've been asking you to think. Think.
Are you sure you won't have some grouse, Merlyn?
Just pass the spinach and turnip, if you will.
No accounting for taste. By the way, I've thought of a good reason for starting a war.
Oh, hey.
No, don't stop him. I'd like to hear it.
A good reason for starting a war is simply to have a good reason.
What sort of reason?
Quiet, you stupid hound.
Well, I'll give you an instance. There might be a king who discovered a new way of life for human beings. Something which would be good for them. Might even be the only way of saving them from destruction.
And?
Well, what if the human beings were too wicked or too stupid to accept his way, even though it was in their own interests? He might have to force it on them by the sword.
Interesting. Very interesting. There was, when I was young, or will be, just such a man. An Austrian who invented a new way of life and convinced himself that he was the fellow to make it work. He tried to impose his reformation by the sword and plunge the civilized world into misery and chaos.
Who was this man?
Oh, his name will mean nothing to you. But the thing which he overlooked was that he had a predecessor in the Reformation business, who you will have heard of, called Jesus Christ, who knew as much, if not more, about saving people than this Austrian, but with one difference. Jesus didn't turn the disciples into stormtroopers and burn down the Temple of Jerusalem. On the contrary, he made it clear that the business of philosophers was to make ideas available and not to impose them on people.
Well, so, in this next war, who'll be imposing his will on everyone else? King Lot or Arthur?
The King of 1,000 Knights and their Majesties Clarions of Northumberland, Edris of Cornwall, Cradlemas of North Wales, Brandegoris of Strangor, and Anguish of Ireland. Should Arthur Pendragon have intention and courage to face his noble foes, battle will be joined 1 week before the Feast of Pentecost upon the plain of Bedegrain, close by the forest named Sherwood.
Confound it! Why can't I remember the simplest things anymore, Archimedes?
It's only an owl's point of view, of course, but I think the prospect of settling down, for goodness knows how long, with Nimue is clouding your thinking.
Impertinent bad! I'm desperately trying to remember the square root of -1.
Well, if one takes I as an imaginary unit, then there are, in fact, two possible square roots of -1, namely I and -I, and in contexts where I is ambiguous or problematic,
Did you know there were 208 steps to this room of yours?
Yes. Now go away.
What?
Get out of my room.
But I want to talk to you.
What are you doing here? I've never heard of such a thing. Aren't you the King of England?
Yes.
Then behave like a king. Send for me.
No, but I'm here.
No, you're not. Go!
A little harsh, perhaps?
Oh, nonsense.
Master Merlyn.
There. That's better.
What do you think you're doing?
Well, I'm sitting down.
Yes. And you will now stand up.
What?
Page. Sire? Remove Master Merlyn's chair. Yes, sire.
Now, about our conversation on the subject of chivalry.
I don't recollect any such conversation.
No?
I've never been so insulted in all my life.
But I am the king. You cannot sit down in the presence of a king.
Rubbish! What's so funny?
You are.
I'm glad I've given you some merriment. Is that who I think it is behind that tapestry?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Sir Hector, Kay, come out.
You young scoundrel!
Oh, don't be too hard on the boy. We're all in on it.
Come on, Merlyn.
Well, I must say you're impossible.
That's better. We need you for this.
This what?
Well, you see, I've summoned a council, and here we are.
So we are.
Well, sit down, all of you. This may take a while. Now, I've been thinking about might and right. I don't think things should be done just because you're able to do them. I think they should be done because you ought to do them. Is that plain? Merlyn tried to show me that whilst we knights thought a battle was fun, it wasn't fun for the ordinary people who got themselves killed. But the strange thing is that Merlyn helped me win my first battle. And he's still helping me for that matter, and we all hope to win the Battle of Bedegraine together.
We will, Arthur. We won't let you down.
Thank you, but you're missing the point. Why would Merlyn help me to fight wars if they're such bad things?
Well, let's ask him. Merlyn?
No. He won't tell you. And he's not going to help me to tell you. That's why he's not even looking at me. Because he wants me to work it out for myself.
Come on, Merlyn, don't just sit there twitching your bony old fingers.
The king is speaking.
Right. So here's how far I've got. I think that Merlyn wanted me to win them for a reason. And that reason was that if I could win these 2 battles, I could stop all the fighting afterwards and then do something about the business of might. Have I guessed? Was I right? Yes, I was.
Was he, Merlyn? Go on, Arthur.
You see, might is not right. But there's a lot of might knocking around in this world, and something has to be done about it. It's as if people were half horrible and half nice, perhaps even more than half horrible. And when they're left to themselves, they run wild, become beasts. So, the Battle of Bedegraine isn't the real issue.
Riding out to face 11 armies certainly
Will
feels
you
like
be
a real
quiet?
issue.
What Merlyn's wanting me to think about is what happens after the battle. What I've thought is this. Why can't we harness might so that it works for right? It may sound like nonsense, but I mean, the might is there in the bad half of people, and while you can't cut it out, you might be able to redirect it so that it was useful instead of bad. If we can win this battle and get a firm hold of the country, then I shall institute a sort of order of chivalry. I won't punish the bad knights or hang King Lot, but I will try to get them into our order. Of course, we'll have to make it a great honour, make it something everybody wants to be part of, and then I'll make the oath of the order that might is only ever to be used for right. Do you follow? The knights in my order will ride all over the world, still dressed in steel and whacking away with their swords. That'll give them an outlet for wanting to whack, but they'll be bound to strike only on behalf of what is good, to defend virgins against bad barons, restore what's been done wrong in the past, help the oppressed and so forth. Do you see the idea? It'll be turning a bad thing into a good thing by using the might instead of fighting against it. There. Merlyn. See, I've thought as hard as I could, and that's all I can think of. Merlyn? I suppose I've got something wrong as usual, but I did think. I can't do any better. Please, say something.
Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace.
Well, but there'll be no departing quite yet, I'm afraid.
I didn't really imagine there would be.
And my theories and plans for right over might are going to have to wait until after the battle. Defeating the rebels at Bedegrain is going to take quite a lot of might.
So, that's what we're up against.
They've a formidable army.
And we're going to be vastly outnumbered.
I'm not sure our battle plan is going to work.
You're prepared as best you can.
I'm going to say two things. Firstly, as Sir Ector says, your key strategies are all in place. Secondly, and what I'm about to say may shock you all, but in the circumstances, do you think you're necessarily obliged to observe what are commonly regarded as the rules?
What are you suggesting?
I think he's suggesting we cheat.
One rule for Merlyn, another one for everyone else.
You're so predictable, Kay. Can we take the conversation that we could so easily go into at this point as being read?
Well, it's always the same.
Oh, do be quiet, Kay.
It is sometimes said that rules are made to be broken. Obviously they're not. They're made to be kept. But sometimes they have to be broken in order for there to be a world where there can be rules. Have you and Kay forgotten what happened when you got lost in the Forest Sauvage and fell foul of a certain sorceress with a penchant for eating little boys?
Let go of me! Put me down! I'll tell my father! Get off me! Let us go, you old witch!
Oh, as nice a brace of young gentlemen as ever stewed or roasted. Fattened on real butcher's meat, I dare say, with milk and all.
I'll tell my father!
Have the big one on Sunday, if I can get a bit of wine for the pot, and the little one on Monday. I'll be able to keep my fork out of him a minute longer.
If you don't let us go, Sir Ector will come for you.
Oh, hark to the little varmint. He threatens me with Sir Ector on the very brink of the pot.
Please let us go.
Now, how runs the receipt? 2 spoons of sherry, 1 pinch of yeast, half a pound of unicorn, and God bless the beast. Shake them in the colander, bang them to a chop, simmer slightly, snip up nicely. Jump, skip, hop.
Late again. Where are they? Merlyn! Ah, Archimedes, go and see if you can find those wretched boys.
I have.
No sense of time. Should have been here an hour ago.
Well, that's because...
they're boys, you'll say.
No, it's because...
And I'm their tutor. How effective can tutoring be if no one's here to be tutored? What else am I here for?
But today, you're needed in your capacity as magical rescuer.
What?
I've been trying to tell you. Kay and Walt have been captured by Madam Mim.
Mim? Ah, this is too much. Castor and Pollux, blow me to Bermuda!
Oh, not again. That was quick. How was Bermuda?
Well, I'm not sure it's been discovered yet. Well, let's go and save those boys before they end up in her cooking pot.
One hungry witch yearning for her dinner. 2 little boys safe and neither getting thinner. The cauldron is simmering, my juicy toothfuls.
Murderess! Foul hag!
Merlyn!
You'll not be eating boy today, Madam Mim.
Merlyn, what do you want?
We will fight a duel for these young lives.
Oh, very well, if we must.
Oh, don't worry, boys.
Archimedes!
Merlin's an excellent duelist.
Usual rules?
Most certainly, madam.
Usual rules?
At the agreed signal, either party can transform themselves into something else.
What sort of things?
Oh, some kind of animal, vegetable, or mineral that would defeat or destroy whatever thing the other party has changed into.
Let's take up our positions.
It's a bit like scissors, paper, stone, only more involved, and can go on for hours.
Right. After 3. 1, 2, 3.
A dragon!
Standard opening move from Mim.
Where's Merlyn? Vanished!
Odd. The usual reply to a dragon is a thunderstorm, or something big like that.
Foul play, Merlyn. Where are you?
Down here in the grass, Mim. Nibbling your tail.
Ow!
A mouse! Well done, Merlyn.
Want to play dirty, do you? Very well.
Care to play cat and mouse? I'd rather have a cat fight.
Highly unorthodox.
What'll Mim do now?
I prefer to fight like cat and dog.
I'll see you and raise you.
A Rottweiler! Brilliant.
Stop stonewalling and fight.
He's a sparrow!
Sitting on Mim's muzzle. Excellent play.
Sweet little sparrow for a snake to savour. How scrumptious. But a gnat can buzz out of reach. Catch me if you can.
The duel's really hotting up.
She's a toad! He's a heron! She's a falcon!
Mim's in her element. This is not looking good.
He's a buzzard! She's an elephant!
Dear, dear, dear. Merlin's losing his nerve.
Oh, do something! He's gone again!
Where are you now? I'll find you, slam you with my trunk, and stick you with my tusks. Where are you? Have you run away? Eat. Coward!
Oh, what is he doing?
What's happening to me?
Ugh! She's swelling up!
Oh,
Turning red!
I'm feeling dizzy, itchy.
She's coming out in spots.
Merlyn, what have you done to me?
Yes! But where is Merlyn?
Here.
Ah,
Now then, out you come.
how did you do it, Merlyn?
By ignoring the rules, I imagine. As if I would do such a thing. I merely turn myself into the microbes not yet discovered of scarlet fever, mumps, whooping cough, and measles. Ingenious. And from complications of all these ailments, the infamous Madame Mim has now mercifully expired.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Bless you, my son.
So, what was good enough for Madame Mim might be good enough for King Lot. Is that what you were getting at, Merlyn? Merlyn? You're looking worried. Are we going to lose this battle after all?
No. You'll win the battle, all right. I just can't help feeling there's something that I've forgotten to tell you. Trouble is, I can't remember whether it's in the future or in the past.
You're tired. What with all the thinking you've been helping me do. As soon as this is over, I'm going to insist on you taking a holiday.
Excellent idea. And good for us both.
Then, when you get back, we can think of what to do about Nimmerway.
You are such an innocent fellow, Arthur. And a good thing, too, really. Now, let's get some sleep before the toils of tomorrow.
How will the Battle of Bedegraine be remembered, Merlyn?
Sundry versions will be told across the years, but only one will set it down as we remember it.
It will, I suppose, tell of how Arthur Pendragon began this conflict.
Most certainly.
How instead of following the rules of war, waiting till daybreak, I attacked by night.
You could argue it was a war you neither started nor looked for. Besides, the odds against you were 3-1.
Nevertheless, an infamous atrocity unimagined in the annals of chivalry.
Down come the tents, up flare the torches, out fly the blades.
The yell of battle, and out of the darkness, my knights fall on the enemy.
Blood pounding in the veins of your neck.
Excalibur dancing in my hand.
A masterful start, and you have them on the run.
Then, my second outrage. We totally ignore the enemy's foot soldiers, those 60,000 peasants, serfs and mercenaries whose lives count for nothing to the rebel king.
Galloping through the midst of that ragtag infantry as if they weren't even your enemies, striking not a single blow.
Passing through the lines and taking the battle right to the heavily armoured kings so they feel the full reality and savagery of war.
The spears dip, the earth quakes, yelling and neighing, pounding hooves, the jangle of harnesses, the cymbal music of clashing armour.
Then, as King Lot and the others regroup their forces, my third outrage.
On either side of the battleground, a glint and shimmer of steel in the leafy shadows of Sherwood, the unexpected tactic.
My French allies, King Ban and King Bors, out from the forest gallop 2 armies, 10,000 strong.
A noise like thunder, the collision of steel and iron. Broken lances sailing into the dawning sky, horses pawing the air.
A tidal wave of cavalry closing on the rebel kings, ambushed and powerless to avoid defeat.
Silence. Everywhere hoof marks, the debris of humanity and weaponry. A shocking, unnatural peace.
Huh. And that was victory?
Yes. Yes, it was. Out of the turmoil, heat, and pain of battle came a new ideal that will be remembered forever.
This order of yours, how many knights will there be?
150, perhaps?
There'll be a lot of jealousy, you know.
Kay's right. I'll have all these knights saying they're the best ones and wanting to sit at the top of the table.
Then we must have a round table.
Arthur, you'd never sit 150 knights at a round table. Let me see.
It would need to be about 50 yards across. You'd do it by 2 pi r.
Talking of sitting, I need to rest my old bones. Battles tend to take their toll. But if this table of yours was 50 yards across, just think of all the space in the middle.
And you couldn't put the food in the middle because nobody would be able to reach it.
Then we can have a table shaped like the rim of a cartwheel, and the servants could walk about in the empty space where the spoke should be.
The order would need a name.
We could call them the Knights of the Round Table.
What an amusing idea.
The really important thing will be to get them young. The old knights, like the ones we're fighting against, will be mostly too old to learn.
I'm sure us old uns will do our best.
I didn't mean you, but we must breed up a new generation of chivalry for the future, like that young French boy who visited us.
Lancelot.
Yes. We must get hold of kids like him. They'll be the real table.
I must tell you something about Lancelot and Guenever.
Who?
Apropos this table, I don't see why I shouldn't tell you that King Leo de Grance has one which would do very well. And as Arthur is going to marry his daughter...
I am?
Certainly. She's Guenever. And her father might well be persuaded to give you the table as a wedding present.
Look, Merlyn, I don't like knowing about the future.
You and this queen of yours will have to have special feasts at Pentecost and so on, when all the knights can come to dinner and say what they've done.
And if they get the chance to talk about it afterwards, it might make them want to fight in this new way of yours.
Yeah, and their coats of arms could be engraved over their chairs, and Merlyn could write their names in their places by magic.
That sounds grand. What do you think, Merlyn?
I think I need to be packing for my holiday. Oh, and while I'm away, you need to consider what to do about your vanquished enemy north of the border.
I'm going to London, to the court of Arthur Pendragon.
What? Isn't it enough that he's defeated me twice without you further adding to my shame?
Lot, you're a fool. You lost your battles to an inexperienced general, and now you lack the sense to pursue a different ploy. Arthur is undisputed king. On your behalf and that of our sons, I shall beg mercy, sue for peace, and secure for the boys a place in his kingdom. I hear tales of his splendour, his strength, his charm, innocence and generosity. He will not refuse my plea.
I say no. And if you will no listen to argument, I shall have to forbid you.
And I shall have to ignore you. Where is it? The spancel. Oh, I have it. Oh, how innocent it looks. Oh, and how long I have waited for an opportunity to test its powers. Run it through your fingers and it seems no more than a ribbon. A thing for prettying presents. Not as in truth it is. A strip of human skin. A silhouette cut from the flesh of a dead man. Oh, how cold the body was. Oh, I shudder, fearing I shan't be able to hold the scissors still enough. Beginning at the right shoulder with a double slit, so as to make a tape. I cut down the outside of the right arm, round the outer edge of each finger, and up on the inside of the arm to the armpit, and then on down the side of the body, down the leg, and up it to the crotch, and on again, until I complete the circuit of the corpse's outline. To use a spancel, find the man whom you desire while he sleeps, throw it over his head without waking him, and tie it in a bow. If he should awake before you have tied the bow, he will be dead within the year. If not, he will be bound to fall in love with you.
And she found her man, alone in the great hall of Camelot.
You were tired. You'd been fighting on and off ever since you'd become king.
At last it looked as if we might have peace, but... yes, those battles had tired me. I thought of the joys that peace would bring, of being married, as you'd foretold. I thought of you on your holiday and how one day you were going to fall under the spell of Nimue. My eyes heavy with sleep. I wondered if she was beautiful, your enchantress. I imagined another beautiful woman. Black-haired, blue-eyed, and dreamed of making love for the first desperate time, and then I awoke, naked, in my bedchamber. And there she stood, wearing nothing but a white shift with a crown on her head, running a length of ribbon through her fingers.
Arthur, I trust your majesty is refreshed from his sleep. Such a deep sleep.
Yes. But who?
Morgause, Queen of the Out Isles.
Morgause.
And these... come in, my doves. These are my darling sons, Gawain, Agravain, and Gareth. Where are your manners? Bow to King Arthur.
Your Majesty.
We are your loyal servants, sire.
You are welcome, sirs.
We are greatly honoured that you have received us, and I am especially indebted to have had the privilege of so long and intimate an audience with your Majesty. As for these young gentlemen, you are now their liege lord, and I charge you to look after them.
Was it magic?
Maybe there was some power in her gruesome trinket. But then again, she was the queen of air and darkness, and was twice your age, with twice the powers of any you possessed.
Or maybe I was just a fool.
I was the fool. How could I have ever forgotten to tell you about the night you were conceived? How your father burst into Tintagel Castle and satisfied his lust on Igraine, the Countess of Cornwall, disguised as her husband, making Morgause
my half-sister. And so, the sin of one generation sowed the seed into the sin of the next, and the forbidden fruit of that second sin, a child, born of incest, nurtured on Morgause's bitter love, grew to become my mortal enemy, and come the dawn, my nemesis, Mordred.
In The Queen of Air and Darkness, Part 3 of The Once and Future King by T.H. White, Arthur was played by Paul Reddy, Merlyn by David Warner, Queen Morgause, Kate Fleetwood, King Lot, Michael Burtonshaw, and Archimedes by Bruce Alexander. Wart was Edward Bracey, Young Kay, Ethan Hammer, Gawain, Sean Mason, Young Gareth, Roslyn Hill, Sir Kay, Paul Heath, Madam Mim, Jane Slavin, the Herald, Ian Conningham, and the page was Monty Dinverno. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The Once and Future King is dramatised by Brian Sibley, original music is by Elizabeth Purnell, and the directors are David Hunter, Marc Beeby, and Gemma Jenkins. The Once and Future King by T.H. White, dramatised by Brian Sibley, with Paul Reddy as Arthur and David Warner as Merlyn. Part 4, The Ill-Made Knight.
Is it really only 4 in the morning, Merlyn? Why do the hours beyond midnight seem to pass so much more slowly than those of the day?
Well, I've always imagined that when the world sleeps, the passage of time slows to the pulse of slumber.
Not that there can be a soul in this camp tonight who has managed to get any sleep.
Nor in Mordred's camp, I imagine.
And what do you suppose would keep him awake? Other than his hatred of his father, and the anticipation that in a few hours' time he might send him to his death.
His heart was eaten up by hatred long ago.
And heaven may judge with just cause. Anyway, where were you when I discovered that I'd fathered a son by my own sister?
You knew I was going.
You abandoned me. You might have saved me and the world from ruin and disaster.
We discussed it often enough.
So you say.
Have you truly forgotten? What about that day after your victory over King Lot and the Northern rebels, when I returned from my holiday?
I think I was just so pleased to see you again, that the spectre of a future without you, however hard you hammered home the fact, seemed weirdly remote.
Down, Diamond! Get down, boy! Merlyn! Welcome back!
I thought I'd find you here. Any excuse when you were a boy to spend time in the kennels.
How was your holiday?
Invigorating.
I can tell. You look different, younger, sleeker.
That's exactly what I am. Like an eel preparing for its nuptial journey to the Sargasso Sea.
Ah.
Ah?
I take it that A certain future event of which we've spoken from time to time is finally about to happen.
Yes, my boy, the time of Nimue is at hand.
And for some reason, quite beyond my fathoming, this beautiful...
ravishing
enchantress is going to imprison you, with your complete agreement, in a cave for an unconscionable period of time, and there's nothing to be done about it.
Let me tell you a story. Or perhaps a parable might be a better word for it. There'll be versions of it retold in plays and books for years. But this is my telling of it. There was a certain merchant who was walking one day in the market of Damascus when he came face to face with death. He noticed an expression of surprise on the spectre's horrid countenance, but they passed one another without speaking. The fellow was very frightened, and he sought the advice of a wise man who told him that death had probably come to Damascus to fetch him away the next morning, and that if he wanted to avoid death, he should make his escape by immediately taking his horse and riding it as hard and as fast as he could through the night until he came to Aleppo, thus eluding the skull and bloody bones. So the merchant took the wise man's advice and set off for Aleppo. It was a terrible ride that had never been done in one night before, but at last he arrived in Aleppo safe and sound. Once there, he was walking in a garden, feeling greatly relieved and congratulating himself on having eluded his fate, when suddenly death came up to him and tapped him on the shoulder. "Excuse me," he said, "but I've come for you." "Why?" exclaimed the terrified merchant. "I thought I met you in Damascus yesterday." "Exactly," said Death. "That was why I looked so surprised. For I had been told to meet you today, here, in Aleppo."
So, you're saying you can't escape what's going to happen to you when you meet Nimue?
There's a thing about time and space which the philosopher Einstein is going to find out about. Some people call it destiny.
Then, if everything that happens is preordained, what's the point in trying to do anything?
It's not so much about what happens to you as about how you deal with what happens.
What I can't get over is this business of you being locked up like a toad in a hole.
The toad is not necessarily unhappy in its hole. No more than you are when you're asleep, for instance.
How will you pass the time?
Well, Nimue is extremely beautiful. But among other things, I'll do a fair amount of considering and contemplating until the time comes for me to be released.
So you will be let out again?
Eventually. One day. It's complicated. I'll explain sometime.
Well, I really don't know what to say, except that I'm going to miss you more than you can possibly know.
And I suppose you did. Miss me, I mean.
How could I not? I missed your wisdom and objectivity, even your intolerance and general cantankerousness.
Really?
But God knows I found it hard to forgive you, or forgive Nimue, or whoever's fault it was.
Blame love. People do many strange things for love.
She locked you in a cave. To my mind, incarcerating the object of your desire in a cave seems a strange, twisted kind of love. As does allowing your lover to keep you under lock and key.
We're all, to some degree, guilty of making others prisoners of our love, in whatever cages our passions lead us to construct.
Gwen, you mean? Did I do that to her? I suppose I did. As did Lance, in a way. You can at least accept some of the blame for his coming to Camelot.
Double! Dédouble! Oh, no!
Mon Dieu, you learn nothing! Rien! Aye. Am I or am I not the finest swordsman in France? Oui?
Oui.
Oui! And you are the worst! Incroyable!
Bonjour.
Monsieur?
Le Duc Guenbour's, I believe.
Oh, je
Or,
suis...
as I think the family know you, Uncle Dap. We're from the court of King Arthur. I am Merlyn, and this is Nimue.
Enchanté, mademoiselle.
Thank you, Uncle Dap.
We're just passing through Benwick on a lightning tour of France.
On our honeymoon.
Ah, félicitations.
Thank you. It seems an eternity since your brother came to Arthur's aid at the Battle of Bedegraine.
It was, I hear, a great battle.
So it was. And this is the boy. You were once called Galahad, I believe.
Yes,
But
sir.
since your confirmation, you're known as Lancelot.
However did you know that?
It can't be helped, can it, Merlyn? My love.
No, it's just one of those things one knows, and that's all there is to it. Now, let me see.
Sir, may I ask something? Is everything well at King Arthur's court?
Yes, he sends you his love.
Is the king happy?
Very happy. Guinevere sends her love too.
Who is Guinevere?
Oh, good gracious. Didn't you know about that? No, I suppose not. I've been getting bejingled in my brains, haven't I, Nimue, my beguiling beauty?
Guinevere, Lancelot, is Arthur's queen. They've been married for some time.
Her father is King Leo de Grance. He gave Arthur a present of a round table when they were married, and 100 knights to go with it.
Oh.
Yes, it's a new order of chivalry that the king has started. His Knights of the Round Table, he calls it.
Oh.
Is something wrong, Lancelot?
King Arthur told me all about it when I was in England with my father. His Majesty asked me to come back and help him. For the past 3 years, I've been training every single day. All day, every day.
The boy speaks true. He's only 18, but I swear he is fitter and stronger than any knight who has the honor to sit at Arthur's table. The boy is très fort.
For 36 months, I have worked with just one aim in mind. To make myself worthy to be part of King Arthur's noble order. If you do not believe me, put me to the test, sir. I will show you.
I believe you, and I'm sure the king was going to send for you.
It's all I have dreamed of.
Arthur really did mean to tell you, didn't he, Merlyn?
Of course he did. There's room at the table for 150, and there's still 21 places left.
So it's not too late, you see?
When I was in England, there was a boy named Gawain. Has he been made one of the Knights of the Table?
Well, yes, he has. In fact, he was knighted on the king's wedding day.
I see.
Isn't there something else that you need to tell Lancelot?
There is. Yes. All the knights' names are written on the table in gold, you know.
I was referring to the fact that he will one day get the hope of his heart.
Yes. Yes, of course. One day, Lancelot, you will be the best knight in the world.
Is that all?
Is it not enough?
The boy has a very specific dream.
And what would that be?
I do have a dream, yes. I desire to be so virtuous and honourable a knight that through my purity and excellence I might be permitted to perform some miracle.
Goodness.
Do you believe in miracles, Master Merlyn?
Well, most certainly. Although you may find some humility another useful requisite.
I shall endeavour to remember that.
Yes. Well, we really must be on our way.
Well, surely you will stay the night. My brother and the Queen will want to entertain you.
No, thank you.
We really must be off. But we'll be sure to tell the king, Lancelot, how eager you are to join him.
Goodbye! Where now, my seductive binks?
Cornwall. And time to visit that magical cave you've been telling me about.
Des gens extraordinaires.
I am going to England. I shall start this evening.
Oh, nom de Dieu.
The cliffs. Not long now.
Dieu merci.
Then no more mal de mer.
That is the least of my worries.
Oh? What is then?
You, nephew. You.
Have I not trained hard for this
Oh,
task?
yes. You have broken your young body out of love for another man's dream, only to find he had forgotten you.
That's not true. Merlyn said...
Worse still, he knights Gawain, son of those rebel northerners that were thrashed a few years ago, and marries this Guenever, who snatches his love away from you.
What are you implying?
That you feel betrayed by Arthur, and that you're jealous of Guinevere, and what's more, you're ashamed of being so.
How dare you?
I merely dare to tell you the truth. It is all I have left to teach you, boy. I could tell you that I believe I've taught you to be the finest knight in Europe, but you know that in mind and heart. From now on, I shall be to the world nothing more than your humble squire, but when the world's not listening, I will only ever speak the truth to you.
I'll expect such a dull ride to Camelot.
You want a joust every mile.
I'd settle for just one.
I'd settle for a warm bath and a bed.
Halt! You shall not cross!
By luck, a black knight on a black charger.
No crest, no blazon.
The mystery knight. Parfait.
Pray, sir, permit me to ford the stream and continue on my journey.
Only, Sir Knight, if you joust with me for that right of way.
Very well.
So, your wish comes true.
My lance.
Here.
This is the real thing.
Yes. You're not in the tilt yard at Benwick.
Nothing can help me now.
Only everything you've learned. Prove yourself, boy.
Sir Black Knight, defend thyself.
Prepare to defend thyself!
Bravo! Splendid!
Arise, sir.
Easier said than done.
After a fall like that...
Arthur? Oh, mon Dieu! Your Majesty.
Lancelot? It is you, isn't it? The boy from France?
Sire, forgive me.
Forgive you? For unseating me in such a gloriously ignoble manner. What a fall. I've never seen anything like it. Where did you learn to joust like that?
Well, indeed.
My squire, Dap.
Your Majesty.
Your young master is a formidable horseman.
As you say, sire.
No longer the lad of 3 years ago.
I was on my way to Camelot. Merlyn will have told you I was coming.
He did? Oh, yes, of course he did. Well, Sir Lancelot, we'll ride together.
Just Lancelot.
What was my old friend King Ban thinking of not to have knighted his son?
The thing is, sire,
Your pardon, sire, but my master would not be knighted by anyone other than your Majesty.
Is that so? Well then, as soon as we get to Camelot, that is exactly what I'll do. There's so much news to tell you since you were last here. You'll have heard I've married, I expect?
Yes. The Lady Guinevere.
And old King Pellinore, he's married too. Daughter of the Queen of Flanders. Given him a totally new lease of life. Not entirely for the best. He accidentally killed King Lot in a tournament. A disaster as far as the Orkney clan was concerned. But the news can wait. First things first, Lance. Do you mind if I call you Lance? We must get you knighted, and then I want you to meet Guinevere. Gwen. This is Lancelot. Sir Lancelot. I've just knighted him.
Sir Lancelot.
My Lady Guinevere.
I've told him I'm calling him Lance. It's shorter and, well, friendlier.
Not sure I ought to be very friendly with you, Sir Lancelot. My husband tells me you knocked him off his horse earlier today.
I greatly regret I did, my lady.
He was brilliant. I won't hear a word said against him. He's going to be the best knight I have.
Do you think you'll be able to live up to that, my lord?
I shall try my hardest, my lady.
Yes. Yes, I'm sure you will.
Now, Gwen, you must help me tell Lance about everything that's been going on at court. Where shall we begin?
Begin with the Round Table.
Oh, dear. Arthur thinks about it all the time. He even dreams about it at night. He won't be able to tell you unless he talks for a week.
It's not going badly. You can't expect a thing like that to go smoothly the whole time. The idea's there, and people are beginning to understand it, and that's the great thing. I'm sure it'll work.
It's a tremendous idea, Your Majesty.
Tell that to the Orkney faction.
You mean Gawain?
Gawain and his brother Agravain. I thought if I made them part of the Round Table, it might prevent another rebellion. The trouble is, they're suspicious and frightened and don't really get hold of the idea of the table in the way I'd hoped.
They are very foolish.
It's complicated.
Arthur had his first Pentecost feast the year we were married and sent everybody out looking for good adventures to see how the idea would work. When they came back, it turned out that Gawain had somehow managed to cut a lady's head off. Arthur was furious about it.
How could he let you down like that?
It's not his fault. He's a nice fellow. I like him. It's the mother. Morgause brought them up with so little love or security that they find it difficult to understand anyone straightforward and warm-hearted. Things will improve, but it's slow work and not helped by this business with Pellinore killing their father. It's created a great deal of ill feeling. The Orkney children have sworn to avenge their father's death and are out for Pellinore's blood. I'm having difficulty making them behave.
Well, at least I'm here now to help.
You are indeed, Sir Lancelot, and I'm sure we all find that most reassuring.
A knight of the Round Table should be spotless, pure in body, mind and spirit. How else can he ever aspire to perform those miracles permitted only to the godliest of knights?
Do you so aspire, Sir Lancelot?
In all modesty and humility, I do, my lady.
Faced with such virtues, I'm sure the good Lord will not deny you. Now, I expect after your long journey, you must be eager to take your rest.
Of course. Good night, Your Majesties.
And you, Lance.
Oh, thank goodness.
Gwen, I really want you to be kind to him. His father's one of my oldest friends and allies, and he's
a self-righteous prig. Scarcely more than a boy, and yet he's got more moral rectitude on display than the Archbishop of Canterbury.
He's just enthusiastic.
Yes, and a little enthusiasm can go a very long way. Apart from which he's so ugly.
Gwen!
Well, isn't he? I mean, the way you spoke about him, I was expecting knighthood's most exquisite bloom, not someone who looks like a crushed cauliflower.
The boy can't help how he looks.
I know, I'm sorry, but you have to admit, Arthur, his ears stick out to such a degree that I seriously wonder he can keep his balance in a high wind.
Oh, you're impossible. Please, do promise you'll try to like him.
Well, just for you.
I ask myself the same question again and again. When did it start? I
doubt anyone was aware that it was starting until it had started.
Maybe it was inevitable. After all, our marriage was only a clause in a treaty with King Leodegrance.
She adored her famous husband.
Even if he was so old.
You were only 8 years older than her, scarcely on the verge of senility. Besides, she had nothing but respect for you. Thought of you as her protector with gratitude, kindness and love.
Yes, everything except the passion of romance. That was the first failing. Then the absence of children. And finally,
Lancelot.
I did warn you.
You dropped hints. Now, all these years later, I think, hazard a guess at the moment when I lost Gwen. I'd asked her to help Lance in mastering falconry. He'd spent so long bashing around with swords and spears, he hardly knew a thing about hawking. Not that Gwen was much better. She never really took to it. Suddenly, they had something in common. A shared dislike of birds of prey that was greater than their dislike of one another.
What is wrong with this bird?
Arthur always says you need to take great care how much food you feed the bird the day before flying.
It's nothing to do with that. It's just in a foul temper.
It's not alone.
Hold still and stop flapping your wings, stupid bird.
Arthur says...
Look, if you really want to help, wind up the creance for me. Here. God, I didn't come to Camelot to be wasting my time. What are you doing? That's no good. You're winding it the wrong way. Give it to me, you fool.
Ow! How dare!
God forgive me, my lady, your majesty. Can I ever hope to earn your pardon?
No. I don't know.
Damn! Imbecile! You drop your guard. What is wrong with you? Don't tell me as if I didn't know.
What do you mean?
I have eyes. I have been watching you ever since you went hawking with the Queen. Don't interrupt me. Is the finest knight in Europe to throw away everything I have taught him for the sake of a lady's beautiful eyes, and a married lady, too?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't know? Won't know? Holy Mother, is it Guenever I am talking about, or is it not? Per splendorem Dei.
I am not discussing this.
Then I will discuss it without you.
There is nothing to discuss. I can't help it if we have grown fond of each other. There's nothing wrong in being fond of people, is there? It's not as if Jenny and I were...
Jenny? Jenny? Is that what you call Her Majesty?
It's just a friendly name. You're making it seem as if there was something wrong between us.
And is there?
No.
And Arthur, what does he think?
This conversation is at an end, and do not mention it again.
Heaven defend me, but I shall go in sorrow to the grave.
I don't understand.
Why do you want to go away?
I ought to go away.
Ought to?
I want to go on a quest. Find an adventure.
But Lance...
It's what the Round Table is for, isn't it? The knights are supposed to go on quests, aren't they? To fight against might. Why are you trying to stop me? It's the whole point of the idea.
If you want to go, of course, you can do whatever you like. Can't he, Gwen?
Yes.
Then, with your leave...
Of course. God take care of you.
Come back soon.
But he did not come back soon. Lancelot kept himself away for a whole year. I missed my friend, and so did Gwen. And I began to guess why. Of course, news came back of his innumerable, victorious quests. And not just maidens rescued, but also fellow knights. Gawain and Agravain among them.
You knew he was to be the best knight in the world. You called him that yourself.
But then Lancelot, the courtly, the merciful, the invincible, the ugly, allowed himself just one indulgence. All who yielded to his sword and spear were sent to Camelot as captives to kneel not before me as king, but before her.
A chivalrous gesture.
I imagine it, Merlyn. The flame-lit hall, filling with vanquished knights on bended knee before their blushing queen.
I am the Queen's prisoner, sent by Sir Lancelot.
To live or die.
I am prisoner of the Queen.
The Queen's prisoner.
It was like the storybooks.
By Lancelot's arm.
Gwen, her bright eyes, bowing regally to her prisoners and pardoning them all. Then, at last, he comes. The conquering hero, Lancelot, in a velvet robe, kneeling, kissing my hand. Gwen scarcely knew what to do with all her captives.
They were for her.
I can't help thinking they were also for me.
Of course.
Certainly. The result of your recent victories appears to be that you've made me a present of at least 3 counties.
That's not much for the Emperor of all Europe.
But what's the use of being the Emperor of Europe if the whole place is fighting mad?
You're a strange man, Arthur. But you fight all the time, conquering countries, winning battles, and then you say fighting's a bad thing.
It is a bad thing. The worst thing in the world. Oh, God, do I really have to explain it all again?
No.
How's the Orkney faction?
Must we talk about them? I suppose we must.
It's more Gauls.
Partly. Now her husband's dead, she's having love affairs with anybody she can get hold of, and it's had a bad effect on her children. The Round Table was a good thing when we thought of it. A way for fighting men to express themselves without doing harm.
It's the best thing that ever happened.
But now my scheme's going wrong. Everybody gossips, hints and speculates. Who unseated who last? Who's rescued most virgins? Who's the best knight of the table? I made it a round table to prevent that very thing. Our attempt at civilization has turned into nothing more than sportsmanship. A competition, a fetish.
And the Orkney brothers are part of this great competition craze.
They're among the worst, especially Agravain. Their insecurity over their mother means they have to be sure of a safe place at the top of the list. They have to excel to make up for her.
As I said, it all comes back to Morgause.
And what's made things even more difficult, though I'm sure you did what you thought was right, is the fact that you rescued Gawain and Agravain from various disasters. They'll hold it against you.
Why? Why, when he helped them?
Because he seriously hurt their pride. Listen, they'll be looking for a reason to come after your blood, just like poor old Pellinore. Any reason will do for them.
They couldn't hurt me, even if they did come after me.
Just don't give them a reason.
Uncle Dap, you remember a year ago I asked you not to talk about something?
I do.
Well, now I need to talk about it. While I was away, the Queen, Guenever, was she...
What are you asking me?
Is Jenny still in love with me?
You should ask her.
I cannot.
Are you still in love with her?
Yes. So what do I do?
God's teeth. You want me to list the unthinkable options for you? Very well. Meet in secret with the Queen, make love to her. You could doubtless find the opportunity. Or else run away with her and hole yourselves up in some impregnable fortress.
Unthinkable.
As I said.
And why? Because I believe in the commandments of God and the sanctity of marriage, and I believe in Arthur's theory of right over might.
And something more, I think?
Well, what?
Any courtier at Camelot will tell you that unvanquishable Sir Lancelot has the strength of 10 men. An absurd exaggeration, true, but you have proved your strength beyond question.
What has that to do with anything?
Ask me where that strength comes from, and I'll say from years of brutal training. But you believe that you've achieved your numerous triumphs and victories through your purity of soul and body. Give in to your desires for the Queen, or else for you, and you'll say farewell to your tenfold strength.
That is true.
Why not just stick to the rights and wrongs of it?
Very well. I love Guinevere. I love Arthur.
And most of all, you hate yourself.
Then tell me what I must do.
Go away again. Get it over with, and quickly. Go away, and something will either snap or will not snap.
I cannot go.
Ah, je n'en peux plus.
When Lancelot said he wanted to go on yet another quest, of course I begged him to stay.
And Guinevere?
No. Gwen told me I was wrong to try and stop him and I should let him go. But what she actually said was, we must let him go. Who was to know what would follow?
I read a version of what happened that referred to it as the turning point in Lancelot's life.
Yes. He told me that before it he'd been God's man, and that after it he became a lie.
As the legend has it, Lancelot finds himself riding into a prosperous-looking village. Stone houses, old bridges, and on a hill beyond the valley, a great castle. There's a dreamlike quality in the air, as if a shower of gold dust had come from the sun.
Welcome, Sir Knight.
The cobbled streets empty, save for two figures, for all the world as though they were waiting for him, and him alone.
Sir Lancelot, flower of all knighthood, 1,000 times welcome.
How do you know my name?
Oh, noble sir, we thank the Lord that you have come to us in our time of trouble.
What's the matter?
You see that castle on yonder hill?
I do.
Corbin Castle it is named, and within is a dolorous maiden, the Lady Elaine, who has been kept boiling in scalding water by magic for many winters long.
She was the most beautiful girl in all the country round. But Queen Morgana le Fay grew jealous of her, and in revenge cast upon her an evil magic spell.
Let my magic moil and toil, make the water broil and boil, in the cauldron hold Elaine locked in sorrow, grief and pain.
It is terrible how it hurts her, sir. And she has been boiling for 5 years. Only the best knight in the world can save her.
And now, fair knight, you are here. Come, we will show you the way. There, Sir Lancelot, the castle gate.
It is locked and barred.
It's just enchantment, sir.
Shouldn't be a problem for the best knight in the world. You see?
God bless you, sir. Now, in you go and rescue our beloved lady.
The heat. I cannot see. My lady? Is that you?
Over here!
Merciful heavens. As naked as a needle.
Help me, sir!
Here. Give me your hand.
The magic is undone. God be praised. I am unharmed and unblemished by my ordeal. Sweet sir, I thank you. And I pray you will pardon my nakedness.
Forgive me that fate has decreed that I should have set eyes upon you in this immodest fashion.
You are my saviour, who, by a miracle, has given back my life to me.
God in heaven. My first miracle.
In that moment, the room flooded with light and glory. His long-held dream had finally become a reality.
It's a good story. And what followed was inevitable. The noble knight, his purity assailed by his first sight of a naked woman, and his innocence in failing to understand that an 18-year-old virgin rescued from a cauldron of boiling water by the finest knight in the world couldn't help but fall in love with him.
And perhaps his naivety in not realizing that his secret love for the Queen was, in fact, already the gossip of the court.
He claimed there were those in Corbin Castle who got him drunk.
Personally, I'd be inclined to suspect the involvement of some additional enchantment.
Whatever the truth, when the note came to say that I was abroad and that Guinevere was waiting for him in nearby Chase Castle, the die was cast. The inebriated 5-mile gallop, oaths of purity and pangs of guilt cast aside. The darkened room, the cool sheets, the warm body, the embrace, the kiss.
Jenny. Oh, Jenny.
Lancelot.
What? Elaine!
Please, don't be angry.
Why? Why? I'll kill you!
Mercy! Lance!
Don't call me that! Elaine, do you know what you've done? You've stolen my strength, my power. To work a miracle, you have to be pure in body. I worked just such a miracle to save you.
And that is why I love
And you repay me with the theft of my virginity and that precious gift I had from God.
I gave you a gift, my virginity.
You gave me nothing. You deceived me. How can you talk of giving me anything other than misery? I shall never work another miracle again.
And would you still have been able to work your precious miracles if you'd lost your virginity to the Queen?
How dare you speak of her?
Where are you going? To her?
Yes, to her. Through your trickery, it's as if I had truly slept with Guinevere.
You cannot leave me now.
I hope I shall never see you again.
Oh, Agnes.
Your Majesty?
Weather is so tiresome. Hate being cooped up indoors day after day.
Shall I fetch your embroidery, my lady?
Absolutely not. Tired of ruining my fingers picking away at that wretched Petitpois. Arthur gallops off hunting somewhere, trying to keep those Orkney boys out of trouble.
I could read to you if you wish.
No, Agnes.
Or shall I play for you?
No.
Or I could fetch you some sweet meats.
Thank you, Agnes, no. I'd like to be left in peace.
Or if you prefer...
Go, Agnes. Go.
Your Majesty.
I'm so tired. Tired from the sheer exhaustion of doing nothing. Yes? What is it now? Lance.
Jenny.
You've come back.
I have.
Come back with your crooked smile to tell me that it doesn't matter whether love is a sin or not.
Yes.
Come back to say that it's enough that I should be Jenny and you should be Lance. Whatever may happen to anybody.
Whatever may happen. Arthur?
We need to talk, Lance.
You look serious.
I've had a letter from France. from your father.
Is something wrong?
Yes. He's being attacked by King Claudius.
So, it's happened at last.
And as I promised that I'd help him if war came in exchange for his help in my battle with King Lot, I'll have to go.
I see.
What do you want to do?
I want to do whatever you think best.
Well, it'll be difficult for you, and I hate to ask. But would you mind if I asked you to stay?
Why me?
Because there ought to be somebody here to look after the factions. There's the Orkney feud, you know the difficulties. I'd feel safer in France if I thought there was a strong man left behind, and it would be nice to think there was somebody looking after Gwen. Of course, you've a right to see your parents and help your father, so I don't want you to stay if it'll hurt you too much to do so. Probably we can manage it another way.
It's not that. But perhaps it would be better to trust somebody else.
Don't be absurd. How could I trust anybody more? You'd only have to show that mug of yours outside the dog kennel and any thieves would run a mile.
It's not a very handsome mug, I admit.
It's the face of a cutthroat.
I don't know what we've done to deserve this opportunity, but I thank heaven for it.
I don't know why you should ever love me, Jenny. Are you sure you do?
You need to ask.
I can believe that God might love the world, however ugly and wrong it may seem at times, because he's God. But how you could ever love my face when I'm so hideous?
If only you'd stop being so harsh towards yourself.
Very well, then. I suppose I'll just have to try. But only if you'll help me.
I'll think about it.
Thinking's no help.
There. Did that help?
Well, it was a beginning.
How many more months can this war in France go on, do you suppose?
However long. It won't be long enough for us. But we ought to be wishing Arthur home and safe. Not praying for him to remain in peril so we can be together.
Stop reaching out with both hands to grab some blame.
When I was small, I was so ugly and lonely. But I used to tell myself, someday I'd be a great knight, or a noble king, perhaps even a saint. Or I'd find something important, a relic of the True Cross or the Holy Grail, something like that. It wasn't enough for me to conquer the world. I wanted to conquer heaven, too.
I can't understand this obsession of yours with needing to be good at things.
No, you wouldn't. It's only people who are lacking or inferior who have to be good at things. You've always been full and perfect, so you've nothing to make up for. I've always been making up for something.
Well, the whole thing seems so fanciful to me.
I can't help it, Jenny. It's been a part of me for a long time. All my life, I've wanted to do miracles, wanted to be holy.
Well, you're not being very holy now.
No. That's why I tried to keep away from you. I knew that if I wasn't pure, I could never do miracles.
I thought you'd done a miracle, rather a remarkable one. That enchanted girl you rescued from a bath of boiling water, what was her name?
Elaine? And it was a cauldron.
Extraordinary story.
Yes.
Well, there's no doubt about that being a miracle.
No. But then I lost my power, and I'll never be able to perform another miracle.
Why not?
Because...
What?
Because you can only do miracles if you're if you're pure.
Pure?
How can I tell you this?
I have no idea what you're trying to tell me.
After rescuing Elaine, you and I, there was no going back then. No more miracles ever again, because we were doing something that we both knew to be wicked.
Well, then perhaps we'd better stop our wickedness, and then you can go and find a priest, make a full confession, and do some more miracles.
Jenny, you know we can't stop.
So we go on with you in pain, making me miserable. Don't you think that's selfish?
These were my dreams, Jenny. All right, yes, they were only daydreams, but now they're gone.
Are they? Of course, personally, I've never done a miracle, so I suppose I've less to regret. But I think sometimes, and God forgive me, I shouldn't say this because I know that if Arthur ever knew the truth, it would break his great heart. But I feel as though our love, whatever you think it cost you, is a kind of miracle.
The trouble is, the miraculous is always in the mind of the believer. How long did their miracle last? A year, was it?
I've often tried to remember, while I was away in France, whether I ever thought of your hinted warnings about Gwen and Lance, and wondered what was happening in Camelot. And if I did have such thoughts, did I simply push them somewhere out of reach? Or was I an accomplice to their love? Turning a blind eye, knowing that Lance was making Gwen happy in a way that I was incapable of doing.
But eventually you returned home.
On the very evening of my homecoming, there was a strange disturbance while we were at dinner in the great hall. Lance's cousin, Sir Bors, came rushing in and whispered something to Lance that left him looking deeply troubled. Unfortunately, Bors couldn't keep this particularly juicy bit of tittle-tattle to himself.
How dare you?
Jenny?
Don't Jenny me, you liar.
What have I done?
It was all lies about you losing your miracles because of us. Now we have the truth.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. The real reason you've lost your miraculous powers, if you ever had them. I'm talking about Elaine and her newborn child, christened with your first name, Galahad.
Jenny, I wanted to tell you.
Really?
It was too difficult to explain.
Well, yes, I can understand your difficulty.
It's not what you think.
What I think? How do you know what I think? I think what everybody would think, that you're a liar and a mean seducer, and I was fool enough to believe you.
Elaine means nothing to me.
She ought to. How can you say that when she's the mother of your child? When you tried to keep her secret?
Jen.
No. Don't touch me. You go away.
I can't go away when it's like this.
Touch me and I shall go to the king.
Guenever! They made me drunk. Told me you were waiting for me at a nearby castle. Took me into a dark room with Elaine in it. As soon as I realised what had happened, next morning, I left at once.
A clumsy lie Baby wouldn't believe.
I can't make you believe it if you don't want to. When I found out, I drew my sword to kill Elaine.
Pity you didn't. But it doesn't matter because I'll have her killed.
It wasn't her fault.
So now you're standing up for her. You're really in love with her, aren't you?
No, I am not. Jenny, I swear I'm telling the truth. Please, believe me. You must believe me. It was you I came to that day, wasn't it?
That day... the day we first...
Yes.
My God. Well, you came straight from her bed to mine.
Doesn't that prove that it was you I loved, not her?
Does it? I don't know.
it proves! Oh, God! Oh, why didn't you tell me before? Why have you lied to me all this time? Why? Why?
Jenny, I am so sorry.
If only you told me the truth.
I should have done.
I'd have believed you.
How could I risk it?
So you risked everything else?
Oh, my love. I wanted to tell you. I did. But I couldn't. I was so terribly afraid you'd be hurt.
It has hurt me worse like this.
Yes. Yes, I know it has. I see that. Please forgive me. I beg you. You still love me?
I ache with my love for you.
And now?
I don't know. God knows.
Did it undermine their love, I wonder, or did it only strengthen it?
They may have thought it stronger just then, at the point when they were forced to decide whether to stop or to go on. But the seeds of doubt and confusion, even hatred, were growing too.
There was a serious gap in your education of me as a child.
I was supposed to have taught you what the wisest men in the world have never truly understood. That there can be a ruthless bond between love and hatred, and that the one preying on the other is what gives love its fiercest passion and its greatest fury.
Yes, well, it's too late to try and explain it now. Where did it leave me back then?
Unfortunately, in one corner of what they'll come to call the eternal triangle, as if it were a problem in Euclid.
To which you thought I could find an answer.
No, my dear Arthur, but I knew that the loveless and the faithless are always driven by their pessimism to attack, that only the trusting and optimistic can afford to retreat. Above all, I knew you were strong and gentle.
Or weak and foolish. In any event, there we were in the corners of that triangle of yours, and I had but two choices. Condemn my wife and best friend for treason and put them to death, or do the only other thing I could. Hope and pray that if I simply trusted Gwen and Lance, things would come right in the end.
In The Ill-Made Knight, Part 4 of The Once and Future King by T.H. White, Arthur was played by Paul Reddy, Merlyn by David Warner, Guenever, Lyndsey Marshal, Lancelot, Alex Waldmann, and Uncle Dap by Sam Dale. Elaine was Hannah Genesius, Agnes, Rosalind Hill, Nimue, Beatrice Jones, the Old Man, David Acton, the Old Woman, Elaine Claxton, Morgana Le Fay, Jane Slavin, and the Knights were David Acton, Sean Mason, and Ian Conningham. The Once and Future King is dramatised by Brian Sibley, original music is by Elizabeth Purnell, and the directors are David Hunter, Marc Beeby, and Gemma Jenkins. The Once and Future King by T.H. White, dramatised by Brian Sibley, with Paul Reddy as Arthur and David Warner as Merlyn. Part 5, The Lengthening Shadow.
Do you hear it, Merlyn?
What am I listening for?
The sound of several thousand quickening heartbeats.
It's 5 o'clock, Arthur.
2 hours to dawn.
to battle, and to whatever may befall.
2 hours to sort through the final pieces of the jigsaw.
I've tried to do the best I could, even if I've not always understood what I was doing. Rather like a beast of burden tugging at the traces, brutal, stupid, and you behind me. The ruthless old believer.
Ruthless, am I?
And just when the old ox had given up and dropped to his knees in exhaustion and despair, back you come to prod him to his feet again, to drive him back to work.
Arthur!
Kay, what news?
Lancelot. He's landed at the coast. His troops are marching north even now.
Oh, they can't possibly get here in time to be of help.
Well, that depends how long the battle goes on.
Well, at least he came.
I just hope we all live long enough to see his ugly face again.
Spread the word. Let the army know. It might encourage them.
I've done better than that. The rumour should have reached Mordred and his army by now.
Thank you, Kay. And thank you, Lance. Would we have been spared all this if only I'd nipped it in the bud?
Lancelot and Guenever?
You see, I was aware of stolen glances, awkward silences, lingering touches. But because I never once found them together, I simply hoped that I never would find them together. Another man, I expect, might have laid a trap for them.
He would have been a very different man.
Yes, I suppose I knew they were sleeping together. Just as I knew that if I were to ask Gwen, she'd admit it. Her greatest virtue is honesty. So, of course, I couldn't possibly ask her.
So the triangle remained unchallenged.
Gwen became excitable. Lance was restless but reserved, and I wandered around my own palace like a mouse. Only once, one afternoon in the rose garden, did I try to bring the matter to a crisis. I came near, but lacked the courage. Lance. Arthur. I was hoping to find you alone. Forgive me, you're reading.
No, please, join me.
Lance, I've wanted to talk with you for a while.
Huh?
I was wondering, well, is something wrong? Something the matter? It's just you've not been looking yourself lately.
No, I suppose I haven't.
Is it anything to do with
what?
I don't know. With, well, some affair of the heart.
Yes. Arthur, there is something that's weighing on my conscience.
Is it this girl who's said to have had your baby?
Elaine? Yes! Yes, Elaine. That's exactly it.
Couldn't you bring yourself to marry her?
I don't love her, Arthur.
You don't think perhaps that love might grow with time?
No, because it's complicated.
Yes. I suppose it must be. Well, I'm sure you know best, and if it would ever help to talk, then I hope you know.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, good. I'll leave you to your book, then.
Oh, Arthur. God in heaven, forgive me.
Jenny. It's all right. He's heading for the stables. I was watching. What did he want?
I'm not sure. I thought at first perhaps he'd guessed about us, I mean. But then he asked me about Elaine.
I didn't know he'd heard the news.
What news?
A messenger arrived to say she's on her way to court, bringing your son, Galahad.
I knew she'd come sooner or later.
Poor thing. I expect she's unhappy.
It's not my fault if she's unhappy.
Well, no, of course it isn't, but the world makes people unhappy and we must help them when we can. I'm not very good with babies, since motherhood has passed me by, but we'll have to do our best for Elaine and the child.
It's sweet of you to be kind about it, Jenny.
No, please, Lance, don't touch me.
What's the matter? What have I done?
I don't want you to make love to me until she's gone.
What?
I want you to be quite free.
Free?
We two can't ever be married.
So?
She's the mother of your baby. And unmarried, so I want you to be free to marry her. If you wish to, because that really is the only thing to be done.
But Jenny...
No, Lance, I want you to keep away from me while she's here. And to find out whether you think you might be able to love her after all. It's the least I can do for you both. Welcome to Camelot, Elaine. 5,000 welcomes.
Thank you.
Lancelot will be delighted to see you.
He will?
Of course. Everybody knows about the baby. There's nothing to be shy about. The king and I are quite excited to see whether he will be like his father.
This is very kind of you.
Nonsense. You've called him Galahad, haven't you? Is he strong? Does he notice things?
He weighs 15 pounds.
How lovely. Well, you must let me be the first to see him.
You can see him now if you like. Bryson! My lady in waiting, Dame Bryson, Your Majesty.
You are as welcome as your mistress, Bryson.
Bring Galahad to us, my lady.
No, I wouldn't think of it. You must rest after your long journey, and probably Galahad will have to be settled down.
Oh.
I can come to see him this evening when he's had a sleep. There'll be plenty of time.
Well, have you seen him, Jenny?
Yes.
And? Is he ugly, like me?
He takes after his mother.
Oh, thank God.
And when will you be going to visit your son? Poor Elaine.
Poor Elaine?
She's heartbroken because you've not been to see them.
Very well.
I'm trusting you not to make love to Elaine under my roof. If you and I are to keep apart until it's settled, then it's only fair that you should keep away from her.
I don't want to make love to Elaine. I never wanted to make love to her in the first place. You know, I was tricked.
So you told me.
It's true.
And I'll believe you, but if you break your word this time, it'll be finished between us. Absolutely finished.
Jenny.
I've put Elaine in the room next to mine, so I will know if you go to it.
There's a deal too much crying in this room. Now, my little princeling.
I saw Lancelot in the garden, Bryson. He saw me too, but looked away.
Don't take on, my lady.
I shouldn't have come. It's only made me more miserable. And him too, I expect.
It's that queen.
She is beautiful, isn't she?
Handsome is as handsome does.
I wanted him to be pleased.
It's you, my lord.
Oh.
May I come in?
Lancelot, yes, please, come in.
I'm glad you've come to Camelot. Are you well?
Yes, thank you.
And how is the baby?
Your lordship's son?
Come and look at him.
My son.
Galahad.
Galahad.
Look how tightly he grips your finger.
He has your lordship's strength.
He's lucky to have my strength and not my looks.
Lance, are you happy to have seen him?
Yes. Yes, of course.
I hoped we might talk about his future and our future.
Yes, we will. But you'll forgive me now. The king is waiting for me. I hope you'll be happy during your stay.
The king is waiting for me, the queen more like.
He'll never come back to me.
Don't lose hope, my lady. Remember the night your son was conceived? He came to you then, didn't he?
Yes,
Then you may leave it to me again.
Ah, Lance. Gwen and I are going riding. Will you join us?
Yes, do.
Of course.
Excellent. The three of us never seem to have enough time together. I'll arrange another horse.
Saddle the chestnut mare for
Well?
Sir Lancelot.
I've seen him. Not at all like his ill-made father.
I'm told all babies look much the same. There's no telling if they'll grow up fair or ugly.
Jenny.
Forgive me, but as you know, I've very little personal knowledge about such things. I'll send for you sometime tonight, if I can get away from Arthur. I'll not tell you when.
But I thought you said we couldn't...
If you're not in your room when I send for you, I'll know that you're with Elaine. Understand?
Yes, but...
Now we must smile for the king.
I remember that evening, after the ride. Gwen pleaded illness and retired to her room. Then, next day, Lancelot gone, no one knew where. Elaine packing to leave, Gwen carved in ice. And I, ever the last to know, wondering what I'd failed to see.
Who could be sure what happened other than those involved? There's a version that will be told, and I dare say it's as near the truth as any. The Queen's lover sent for in the darkness. The conniving hand, Dame Brisson, leading him on tiptoe to the chosen bed, in the silence forced on them by being next to the King's chamber, doing their best to banish the pain they were both feeling. Then, in the cold light of morning, Lancelot and Elaine summoned by the Queen.
So?
Whatever's wrong?
Wrong. Where did you go last night?
Last night?
Don't tell me. Traitor. Traitor. Get out of my castle with your whore.
But you know where I was. I was...
Don't speak to me. Don't lie to me. Go.
Sir Lancelot was in my room last night.
What?
My woman, Brisson, brought him to me in the dark.
How dare you admit it to me in my castle? Get out. Get out.
Listen to me.
You too, you animal.
He thought he was coming to you.
Oh, so you taught her the story.
No.
The same stupid lie as last time. Couldn't you think of a new one?
It's true. I couldn't live without him. Brisson helped me to pretend she has ancient powers.
So it's enchantment now, is it? Liar.
Jenny.
How dare you call me Jenny? You. When you're standing there still reeking of her, I am the Queen. The Queen of England, not your trollop.
Please. Please. I beg you.
No. No, now go.
I don't know who you are anymore. Oh, dear God.
Never ever show your evil, ugly, beast-like face here again.
Why? Why?
Lancelot.
This agony, this grief.
Guinevere, please.
It's punishment for my sins. God in heaven.
Did you hear me?
What price? What penance for forgiveness? I can't go on.
Go.
Oh, Arthur! Nothing. Nothing left. Finished.
Lancelot.
Finished.
Lancelot, no! Oh, my God. Lancelot! You've finally driven him quite mad. Why? Why? You've a fine husband of your own. The greatest in the land. You're a queen with honour and happiness and a home. I had no home, no husband, and my honour was gone. Why couldn't you let me have him? I loved him. I bore him a fine son who will be the best knight in the world.
Elaine, go away from my court.
I'm going. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You've won him. And you've broken him. What will you do with him next?
Lance was gone. Gwen denied knowing why. And I guess that was not the truth. Especially when a story reached court that Lancelot, running wild and half-naked, had been gored by a boar and died in a hermitage. The grief in her eyes told me the truth.
But then he came back from beyond the grave.
As a mad wanderer, rescued from a jeering crowd by King Pelles and taken to be a jester at his court.
where the lunatic was instantly recognised by the king's daughter.
Elaine.
Yes. You probably know all this.
Fragments. Memory's rusty as hell.
Whatever else may be said about Elaine, the truth is that she nursed him back to health from a terrible madness.
Did many people see me, Elaine, while I was mad?
Nobody knew who you were. Only me.
Yes. Thank you.
What else would I have done?
Now, I suppose I ought to be making plans.
Plans?
I can't stay here forever.
You know you'll be welcome as long as you like. Besides, you're still not well. You must recover first.
Then what? I can't go back to court.
Shh. My father would give you a castle, if you liked. We could live there together. It's all right, Lance. I know you don't love me.
Then,
but
do you really think we would ever be happy?
if I lose you again, I shall be unhappy.
But might you not be even more unhappy if we lived together?
No. I'd be the happiest woman in the world.
Am I ever going to get my old strength back?
You're getting stronger every day.
I must sit a while. I'm grateful for all you've done, Elaine. But you know, it doesn't alter the facts. I love the Queen, and I'm sorry. I don't love you.
You were mine before you were ever the Queen.
Only because you trapped me. I'm under no obligation to you.
No.
Do you really want to have a husband on those terms?
There's our son to think about.
Yes. I don't understand why you want it, but very well. I'll stay with you. But I can't marry you.
I don't mind.
What's more, I can't give you my freedom. I can't promise to stay with you forever. Those are my terms, Elaine. I realise they're humiliating, but if I said anything else, it'd be lies and things would be worse. I'm just trying to do my best.
Under any terms. You are my good and gracious lord. The castle Bliant. Do say you like it.
Oh. It's very fine. Your father is most generous.
We have to cross the moat by boat, you know. It's almost as if it were a magic island realm. Our island.
Yes.
We'll call it the Joyous Island. You'll be able to attend to Galahad's education personally, teach him all your tricks, so he'll grow up to be the greatest knight in the world. Don't you think we might be happy here? If we're careful.
We have to be careful, yes. I can't be known by my own name. Besides, I'm best forgotten.
What foolishness.
Imagine the hue and cry if the court were to discover where I am. No, I shall call myself Le Chevalier Malfait.
How romantic. What does it mean?
Several things. The ugly knight, or the knight who has done wrong.
I don't think you ugly. Or wrong.
Then perhaps the ill-starred knight. The knight with a curse on him.
How long did he stay on that joyous island?
Not as long as Elaine prayed he'd stay, but longer than Gwen's unanswered prayers for his return.
What were your prayers?
I was never in more need of my finest knight. I don't know which of us lived more in hope, me, obsessed by troublesome knights threatening the survival of the Round Table, or Gwen, forever sitting by her casement watching the horizon. Then came stories of a French knight calling himself Le Chevalier Malfait.
Even the limits of my schoolboy French were enough to make me send out knights to seek the truth about his identity.
I said it'd be him, didn't I?
We saw through your fancy-sounding French name.
Why are you here? Looking for you, along with half the round table.
Aren't you impressed that even a member of the Orkney clan joined the search to find you?
I don't want to be found, Gawain.
Oh, that's absurd, Lancelot. Do you seriously think you can live here in secret forever with this what's-her-name?
Elaine.
He's right. Yours isn't an easy face to forget. One fight and the whole country will know who you are and where you are.
You'll have to give up everything.
I know.
But it'll mean absolute retirement. No quests, no tournaments.
Whatever it means, I haven't any choice. I can't leave Elaine.
Why not? You don't love her, do you?
It's complicated. Elaine's kind and good. When people trust and depend on you, you can't hurt them. You wouldn't do that to a dog.
People don't marry dogs either.
Damn it, she loves me.
So does the Queen. There, I've said it. Like, look, Lancelot, we've not always seen eye to eye. You think I'm a bit of a hoodlum. I think you can be a bit too full of yourself. But I'm speaking the truth, however awkward.
Let's not go into
No,
this.
you can't just brush this aside. Arthur and I have had our differences. But for God's sake, we grew up as brothers, and he's king, and Gwen's his queen. So to speak plain, I don't much approve of you bedding the king's wife.
Okay,
however, they seem to be able to share you. Or you share them, or however it works, and somehow everybody manages to get along and stay happy. But right now, Gwen's desperate for you, and Arthur's desperate for both of you.
Is she well?
No, if you want the truth, she's miserable beyond belief.
The last time I saw the Queen, she told me never to come near her again.
So why's she been nagging Arthur to send us to find you?
I don't know.
Obviously she's sorry for what she did, whatever it was. So you ought to behave generously and forgive her.
I have nothing to forgive the Queen.
Well, in that case, stop sulking out here in the sticks and go back to court. You owe it to Arthur. You're one of his sworn knights. He needs you. We need you.
Lancelot. Lance. Are you asleep?
No.
What do you want me to do with Galahad? If you should go away?
Who says I'm going away?
Nobody. I want to know how Galahad's to be brought up.
Well, in the usual way, I suppose. I hope he'd learn to be a good knight.
Yes. That's what I wanted to know. Lancelot, tell me one other thing. If you should go away, if you should have to leave me, would you be coming back? It'd help me to go on with Galahad. It'd help me to go on living if I knew it was for something. If I knew that one day you'd be coming back.
Elaine, I don't know why you're talking like this.
I'm not trying to stop you, Lance. Perhaps it'll be best for you to go. Perhaps it's a thing that has to happen. Only I wanted to know if I should see you again, because it's important to me.
Hey. If I go, I'll come back.
Lancelot.
Hmm?
There's a man waiting on the other side of the moat with a horse and armour.
A knight?
No, he looks like a squire.
A squire?
Do you know him?
Uncle Dap.
I bought your horse and your armour. Here, take your helm, Sir Lancelot.
Expertly polished, I see.
With new mantling.
Embroidered with fleur-de-lis.
In gold thread.
By her?
Whom do you suppose?
So Lance returned to me, or to Gwen, both of us, and never went back to Elaine. Life resumed its old pattern. Apart from the awkward, sometimes painful results of our triangular relationship, it seemed as if things were finally sorting themselves out.
I got occasional reports, pottering about in my cave. Nimue would arrive with the latest news. Instead of travellers on the highways being menaced by armed raiding parties, it seemed they were now more likely to run into merry bands of pilgrims telling each other dirty stories on the way to Canterbury.
I'm not sure that was the high point of my achievement. But for a time, we did seem to be making real progress. But it didn't last, or we wouldn't be facing this battle in just a few hours.
You achieved so much, Arthur, in such a short time. 20 years after you pulled that sword from the stone, people in this land, regardless of where they'd originally come from, began to forget about who'd been invaders and who'd been invaded, and had begun to think of themselves as all being part of one country. Even, for a time, the troublesome Orkneys.
Yes, even them. But not him. Arise, Sir Mordred, Knight of the Round Table.
My Lord Liege, you bestow too much honour on your lowly and unworthy subject.
You are welcome to Camelot, Mordred. May you bring honour to our noble order.
Sire, my fellow knights shall be to me as my brothers, and your gracious majesty as a father.
They cheered. They actually cheered that odious young man.
They always cheer at investitures.
But there's something about him that's wrong.
Mordred didn't choose to be born a hunchback.
And that speech he made.
Fine words, I thought.
Arthur, sometimes fine words are merely a prelude to foul deeds.
Oh, well done, Gareth.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Gareth's shaping up well. It's funny. He can't be many years younger than you, yet I still think of him as a child.
Quite a legend, arriving at court anonymously, getting a job working in the kitchen.
And his own brothers didn't recognise him.
To be fair, they hadn't seen him in 15 years.
15 years since you came back to court. Anyway, you were the only person decent and nice enough to take notice of a lowly kitchen page, help him along, then knighting him. You always were nice to people.
Bullseye! Bravo, Gareth! If it wasn't for the archery butts, I doubt we'd ever see any arrows thrilling nowadays.
Thrilling?
A word to describe an arrow vibrating just after it's hit.
Really?
I heard it in a ballad.
Oh, Lancelot listening to ballads. That's a sign of these decadent days.
Decadent? I thought you wanted to see an end to all the old ways of fighting.
Yeah, I suppose so. Walk with me, Lance. I feel ancient watching these young lads enjoying a sport that not so long ago was a form of combat. I love this arbour. The conversations I've had here with you and Gwen. Let's sit a while. It's fascinating how they all come to Camelot. Simply can't keep away, can they? Any boy with a bit of go in him feels that he has to come to Arthur's court, even if it's just to work in the kitchen.
That's because Camelot is the centre of the new world. When they look at you, they see a real king. Why else did young Gareth run away from his revenge-obsessed mother and come here incognito?
Can't be nice for Morgause. All her sons going away to serve the man she hates. Even Mordred, her last. That must have hurt her worst of all. Women are always fondest of their last babies.
Only a mother could be fond of that albino ghost. I dare say you had your reasons for making him a knight of the Round Table.
I did.
But there's something twisted about him.
So speaks the least handsome man in Camelot.
Touché! But I'm not talking about his humpback. I'm talking about the fact that everything he says and every move he makes has a kind of perverse insolence to it. With a mother like Morgause, I can't say I'm surprised. Especially with the latest crop of stories going round.
What? Some new love affair?
Apparently, she's making a play for Pelinor's son.
Lamorak?
despite the fact that she's a grandmother.
Who told you this?
It's all over the court.
But Lamorak's hardly of age.
All the same, that's what she's doing.
Good God. Lamorak's father killed her husband, her son killed Lamorak's father, and now she's bedding the boy. Where is Lamorak now?
In Orkney with her, I think.
And Gawain, Agravain and Mordred?
On some quest or other.
Not in the north. Oh, no. No.
What is it?
God have mercy on the terrible tangle in this world.
Your Majesty.
Gareth?
A letter. My mother, she's dead.
Who killed her?
My brother, Agravain.
What?
He cut off her head. My God.
Lancelot, please.
Agravain killed her mother. Killed her in cold blood. I always knew he would.
Are you sure this is true?
Agravain found her naked in a bed with Sir Lamorak. And he cut off her head.
And Lamorak? Is he dead?
They've hunted him down. Who's they? Mordred, Agravain and Gawain. They surrounded him. And Mordred stabbed him in the back.
Sir Gawain, Sir Agravain.
Your Majesty.
I wish I could express joy at your return to court, but I cannot. The cold-blooded murder of Sir Lamorak has cost the Round Table dear. One of our best knights. He was the son of a much-loved friend whom you have also cowardly slain. Do you have anything to say for yourself, sirs?
We come to seek your forgiveness, knowing our actions have offended your Majesty.
They have offended the code of chivalry represented by the order of which you are a knight.
Sir Lamorak was a foe to my clan.
It seems to me that your family are your own worst foes. And you, Sir Agravain, whose familial affections apparently led you to behead your own mother.
I regret it was an act of outraged passion.
There is no room at our table for those who cannot bridle their outrage and passion.
We seek your pardon, sire. Your sense of justice may demand our lives. Your mercy may order our banishment.
Neither will restore Sir Lamorak to us, or heal the wounding blow you've dealt our order. And where is Mordred?
I'm here. Your Majesty.
I understand, sir, that you have a talent for delivering a knife to the back.
In times of strife, sire, it is always wise to watch one's back.
A knight of the Round Table should seek to settle strife, not inflame it.
I bow to your Majesty's great wisdom, acknowledge the example that you give us in your royal person, and humbly beg your merciful pardon.
You are all pardoned. Now leave me. Go away. Go!
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Nor me.
Why I forgave them.
Yes. I don't say so much about Gawain. He's hot-blooded and impetuous, but he's not a bad man. And unless I'm mistaken, he's loyal to you. But Mordred?
Even you, Arthur, can never have believed his weasel words down there.
I need to tell you both something.
Tell us what?
Whatever it is, Arthur, tell us.
It was before I married you, Gwen. Something happened. Morgause and I... Mordred is my son. She's an enchantress. She used magic to trick me.
Elaine and Lance, you and Morgause. Clearly, as a girl, I should have practiced.
necromancy rather than needlework.
Anyway, you weren't to blame.
I've not told you the worst part of what I did. I was young, 19. Merlyn wasn't around to help. There were others who told me what a dreadful sin it was, how nothing but sorrow could come of it. They frightened me with terrible prophecies about what Mordred would be like if he was born.
Oh, my poor love.
So, I did something dreadful. Something so appalling that it's haunted me ever since. I wanted to destroy Mordred for his own sake. No, that's not true. For my sake. Morgause had gone away, and I had no idea where the child would be born, so... I let them make a proclamation that... Oh, Christ. That all the children born at a certain time were to be put in a big ship and put out to sea. The ship floated off with Mordred on it, and it was wrecked on an island. Most of the poor babies were drowned. Those little, helpless babies. I dream about them. All drowned.
My God.
I cannot believe you would do such a thing.
Oh, heaven help me, Gwen, nor can I.
And Mordred?
He survived. God saved Mordred and sent him back to accuse and shame me forever afterwards. Morgause sprang him on me one day. But she always pretended to other people that he was the son of King Lot, like Gawain and the rest. Gwen, please don't look at me like that.
Arthur, are you up here?
Mother, we've been looking for you.
Are you all right?
Yes, it's easier to breathe up here on the battlements. Easier to think, too. This is where I had some of my first important conversations with Merlyn. You two have always listened to me about my ideas and dreams. And now I've told you my horrific secret.
It's not for us to judge you.
No, you could safely leave that to God. But you need to know that I'm troubled. I'm afraid I've sown the whirlwind and I shall reap the storm.
What do you fear?
The round table. I realize it's hard to accept, but the whole thing was a mistake.
How can you say that?
The table was founded on force. But right can only be established by doing what is right.
So, what's the answer?
Merlyn knew he'd have to leave in the end, so he forced me to think for myself. So that's what I'm doing now. Thinking. As I see it, we've achieved what we were fighting for. We wanted justice, and we've got justice. Rights and wrongs are tried and resolved in open court by judge and jury instead of being settled by armed combat. Yet, look at us. We've still got the fighters on our hands.
You mean we've run out of things to fight for?
Yes. See, there's plenty of might left, no shortage of that, but with nothing to use it on. So now it's working for its own wicked ends. Just look at Gawain and Agravain. The real trouble is that the ideal behind my round table was a worldly ideal. If we're to save it, it must be turned into a spiritual one. I'd forgotten about God.
Lancelot has never forgotten.
So, if we could just channel our might and turn its energies towards the spirit so that it worked for God instead of for the rights of man, surely that should stop the rot and be worth doing.
So you'll all be going on a crusade, I suppose?
No. I'd thought about that, but then we'd still be using force, wouldn't we?
We could look for relics.
Yes, that's a possibility.
If we really and truly managed to band the whole table together to search for something which belonged to God himself, something like the True Cross or the Holy Shroud, the knights would be busy, but there'd be no need for any fighting. Do you think it's too late to try?
I think this is the most splendid idea you've ever had.
Is it? I'm afraid of it. Perhaps it's aiming too high. If people reach perfection, they vanish, you know. It could mean the end of the Round Table. Supposing somebody was to find God.
Forgive my asking, but weren't the cross and the shroud found long ago? What's left?
There is something. The chalice from the Last Supper, used by Joseph of Arimathea to catch the blood of the crucified Christ. We could search for the Holy Grail.
We don't need, I think, to go into the whole story of the quest for the Grail, do we? It'll be told often enough in different ways for centuries to come.
It will?
Most certainly. The entire quest. Each and every mystical experience, heroic deed, and noble death will be recounted act by glorious or perilous act.
And Lancelot's story.
Of course.
I'll never forget him arriving when all hope was gone, in the midst of a terrible storm.
We're so glad to see you.
Do you want a relic? You can have my boots. They're quite worn out.
You shouldn't joke about such things, Lance. We're told you've seen the Holy Grail.
I have. But it was for others, not I. How many of the knights got back?
Half. We've heard their stories.
Then I expect you know more about it than I do.
We want to hear your story.
Yeah.
It's less to do with the Holy Grail than with what I learned about myself. And it's not a very noble story, being largely a saga of defeat.
You refuse to believe
The
that.
best knight in the world?
If ever I was, then I am no longer. It began when I encountered my son Galahad. The baby I'd once watched lying in his crib here in Camelot was now a splendid knight and a fine horseman. So fine, he unhorsed me at the first tilt.
Naturally, you wouldn't want to beat your son.
But I did want to beat him. I tell you, I rode at Galahad with all the skill I could muster, and he gave me the finest fall I've ever had. Indeed, one of the only falls I've ever had. While I was still lying on the ground, a holy woman came towards me, curtsied and said,
God be with thee.
God be with thee, best knight in the world.
She knew you.
No. She wasn't talking to me. She was looking past me at Galahad.
What an outrageous thing to say.
It was true.
After only a single fall.
She said what God had told her to say. I knew it was because of my wickedness, so I went at once to find a confessor. I've been living with a mortal sin and have never made a true and full confession. This time I did. I confessed everything.
Everything?
Yes, everything. You see, Arthur, I've long had something on my conscience that I thought I could never tell anyone because...
There's no need to tell us if it hurts you. We're not your confessors.
You should not distress yourself over that matter. She's clearly borne you a noble son.
What?
Galahad. You were talking about Elaine, I assume.
Yes. Elaine.
I'm sure the priest gave you forgiveness.
But it was not enough. Shortly after, I was defeated again by a white knight.
Again?
Defeated and disgraced. When evening came on, I lay down under an apple tree and cried myself to sleep.
Oh, no.
In the night, I had a dream of an old hermit who came to me and said...
Lancelot of evil faith and poor...
Lancelot of evil faith and poor belief, why is thy will turned so lightly toward thy deadly sin? All my life I've been living in another sin, the worst of all, pride. It was pride that made me try to be the best knight in the world, made me show off and always help the weaker party. Just because I confessed about the woman didn't make me into a good man. So next morning, I went to be confessed again, and this time I made a thorough job of it. I withheld nothing.
What happened next?
A black knight came to joust with me, and he knocked me down as well.
Third defeat.
How could that be? You'd confessed everything.
I realised that God wasn't punishing me. He was only withholding the special gift of victory which had always been within his power to bestow.
My poor Lance. To have given up your glory and not to get anything back. When you were a sinful man, you were always victorious. So why should you always be beaten when you were heavenly? What did you do?
I kneeled down where the Black Knight had knocked me and thanked God for the adventure.
And the Grail?
At last, after much journeying, I came to the chapel of the Holy Grail. This must seem untrue even as I tell it, but I don't know a way of putting it into words. They were at Mass. Oh, that beautiful chapel. Was it filled with flowers and candles? Perhaps not. But, the sweet fragrance and the triumphant shout of it. The power and the glory. It seized on all my senses to drag me in. But I couldn't go in. There was a sword to stop me. Galahad was inside. And I could see Sir Percival and other knights from France, Denmark and Ireland. The Grail was there, Arthur, on a silver table. But it was not for me to share the cup. I stood at the door, yearning to go in, but I was forbidden. I am not sure who the priest was. It may have been Joseph of Arimathea, or it may have been... I knew that in spite of the sword, I needed to go in to help him, because what he was carrying was too heavy to be carried. As God's my witness, Arthur, I only wanted to help. But as I tried to pass through the doorway, what I can only describe as a breath smote my face like a blast from a furnace, and I fell down dumb. The rest, I am sure you've been told. It was not permitted for the Holy Grail to be brought to Camelot. To Galahad and Percival went the glory of finding it, and even now they are carrying it on a final journey to Sarras in Babylon. For good or ill, the quest is over.
The quest for the Grail was ultimately a failure. Those who'd achieved it became perfect and were lost to the world. Those who failed in it returned no better than they were before. As I watched Gwen watching Lance recount his story, felt her anxiety at his unspoken confession, I knew it was hopeless.
I never intended you for private happiness, Arthur. You were made for royal joys, for the fortunes of a nation.
Was I really? I knew there were eyes on Gwen. I wasn't completely blind. The sleek cats were waiting at the mouse hole.
Jenny, why are you doing that? If you want roses, there are gardeners whose job it is to cut them for you.
I like to do it. Then, when I look at them in my room, I know I chose them.
Come and sit close to me, Jenny.
Are you unhappy about something?
No. I was never happier in my life. And I dare say I shall never be so happy again.
Why this abundant happiness?
I don't know. Perhaps because the spring has come and there's the bright summer in front of us. Your arms will go brown again, just a flush along the top here.
Oh, Your Majesty. Sir Lancelot.
Mordred?
Forgive me. 1,000 pardons for encroaching on your
privacy.
Sir Mordred, Sir Lancelot and I were just enjoying the spring sunshine and wondering whether I had yet gathered enough roses to grace His Majesty's table at dinner.
I am sure your husband, the king, requires nothing more to grace his table than your Majesty's beauty. Now, with your leave, I will intrude no longer.
Drinking already, Agravain?
Spare me the lecture, Gawain. So, have my esteemed brethren had a good day hawking?
The new peregrine flew like a dream. You should have seen the way she...
Thank you, Gareth. That's more than enough of the tiresome spotting details.
Well, anyway, it was a fine flight, and we were talking with Lancelot about what to name her.
Oh, what did he suggest? Jenny?
Leave that, Mordred.
Well, as it so happens, I've just come from the Lovebirds.
Will you not hold your tongue?
My apologies if I'm not suggesting the truth.
The truth it is, and you know it.
I care nothing about the truth. I only seek to keep my people decent.
Well, it's decent to sleep with the king's wife, Gawain.
I'll not speak about it.
Then I will. I may be a weak knight at jousting, but I have the courage to stand up for my family and rights. I'm no hypocrite. Everybody in this court knows that the Queen and the Commander-in-Chief are lovers.
Blather and titter-tattle.
Only because nobody's dared confront His Noble Majesty with the facts.
What are you planning?
A simple request for justice. I've decided to go to Arthur now in full court and ask him about the Queen and Lancelot to his face.
Mordred, you'll do no such thing.
He will, and I'll go with him.
That'd be a betrayal.
This is the betrayal.
My God, they mean it.
I'm the head of the clan.
You seem to have changed your tune. Have you forgotten the wrongs he and his family have done to ours?
No, but it's all so complicated and happened so long ago, and Arthur's tried to mend those wrongs.
You're getting soft.
Gawain's right. Arthur's always been good to us.
Let me tell you something, Gareth. You don't get to be King of England all these years without knowing how to be a successful hypocrite.
I forbid you to do this. What do you think you'll achieve? Prove your accusations if you can, and Arthur and Lancelot will have to go for each other, and half the kings of Britain will side with Lancelot because of his reputation. And it'll be civil war.
Maybe that's no bad thing.
As for Lancelot, he's risen way too far above his station.
He's the greatest man I know.
Personally, I've no schoolboy's passion for him.
Shut your trap. In the name of God. Press on with this and you'll split up the clan. I'll have no part in it.
Nor I.
Agravain and I will take responsibility if no one else will.
You're a shameful piece of work.
Thank you kindly.
You shan't go, Mordred.
Who's to stop me?
I am.
That's right, Gawain. Come on, strike me. Why not? It'll show your courage.
You think I won't hit you, Mordred? Because you're a pale, weak shadow of a man.
Leave Mordred be. I have a sword.
Yes, of course. You would have a sword. Tell me, is it the one you used to cut our mother's head off?
Draw on your own brother, would you? But then, you made a habit from murdering folk unarmed. Put up your sword, Agravain. I'll have the guts to fight with it.
Oh, I've got the guts, all right.
Agravain, don't be a fool. He'll kill you. Gawain, please.
Gentlemen!
Your Majesty.
Majesty.
I do hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Nothing that cannot be settled right here and now.
Hold off your noise, Agravain.
I will not.
His Majesty has graced us with his presence. What more perfect opportunity could be wished for?
Please, Mordred.
I think it's true to say that your Majesty sets great store by justice.
You say it as though you doubt it.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? If there is a code of justice for Arthur's England, then it's only fair Arthur should know when one of his noble knights sitting at his legendary round table is trampling that code into the mire.
We have no peace in this family. Ever.
It's time someone told you... What's the expression? Oh, yes, that's it. The truth. The whole truth. And, Your Majesty, nothing but the truth.
What was that?
I dread to think.
Arthur, what on earth's happening, Ken?
Mordred, he's testing new armaments. He's got guns.
Guns?
Cannon. Come dawn, our swords and arrows are going to be facing an army with guns.
To use cannon against men. Now the table is truly over.
The Lengthening Shadow, Part 5 of The Once and Future King by T.H. White. Arthur was played by Paul Reddy, Merlyn by David Warner, Guenever, Lyndsey Marshal, Lancelot, Alex Waldmann, and Mordred by Joel MacCormack. Elaine was Hannah Genesius, Gawain, Sean Mason, Kay, Paul Heath, Gareth, Monty Dinverno, Agravain, Ian Conningham, Dame Brisen, Elaine Claxton, Uncle Dap, Sam Dale, and the Holy Woman was Roslyn Hill. The Once and Future King is dramatised by Brian Sibley. Original music is by Elizabeth Purnell, and the directors are David Hunter, Marc Beeby, and Gemma Jenkins. The Once and Future King by T.H. White. Dramatised by Brian Sibley. With Paul Reddy as Arthur and David Warner as Merlyn. Part 6. The Candle in the Wind.
It's true, isn't it, Merlyn?
What am I sitting in judgment on?
That saying about it always being darkest before the dawn.
It depends on whether you're talking literally or metaphorically. But dawn will soon be breaking.
Well, I can only see a deepening darkness.
Arthur, I must shortly leave you. Nimue only released me from my enchanted imprisonment for a short time so I could come to you. Do you know why I came?
At first, I hoped you'd come to help me to victory. But I see now that you've come to help me to die. Haven't you?
You're afraid to die?
Yes, I am. Because I've never had a chance to live. I sacrificed everything to duty. And I allowed others their happiness at the cost of my own.
Guenever and Lancelot.
My Gwen, my Lance.
When that the month of May comes and the day in beams gives light, I fear no more the fight.
When that the sun his daily course you're on is no more bright, I fear no more the night.
But oh, both day and night, my heart's delight must one day leave fordone, all might, all might, all gone. Your voice is still good. Mine's getting rusty.
You shouldn't drink spirit.
I've hardly touched a drop since the Holy Grail.
I can't say I've noticed.
Then I won't drink ever again. Not even water. I'll die of thirst at your feet, and Arthur will give me a splendid funeral and never forgive you for my death.
And I'll go to a nunnery for my sins and live happily ever after. I wonder what Arthur's doing.
He's visiting the Orkney gang. Some new grievance. Doubtless Mordred's doing.
Now, don't let's talk of them. What shall we sing now?
Nothing. I don't want to sing. I'm just happy having you nag me about not drinking too much and telling me what to do.
You seem to need it.
I do. May I come to you tonight?
No.
Why not?
Please don't ask. Arthur's at home.
He won't mind. He knows all about us. Merlyn warned him in so many words. He just doesn't want things upset.
I won't have you talking about Arthur in that way. Either we change the subject or you better go.
Come away with me.
Go with me and be sensible.
If only you come with me to France, to Joyous Garde. We could live together.
be happy in our old age and die in peace. It would be the end of having to go on deceiving every day.
You said Arthur knew all about it, and now you say we're deceiving him.
I love Arthur, and I can't stand it when I see him looking at me and knowing that he knows.
You love him so much that you want to run away with his wife.
I want it to be above board, out in the open.
Well, I don't.
No? And why? Because what you really want is to have 2 husbands.
I do not. Listen, I'm just as uncomfortable as you are. But what's the good of it being out in the open? If I run away with you, Arthur would have to declare war on you and lay siege to Joyous Gard. And then one or other of you would be killed, if not both, as well as hundreds of other people, and nobody would be better off. Besides, I don't want to leave Arthur. He's always been kind to me, and I love him for it, even if I do love you too.
Then the only decent thing for me to do is go away and not come back.
Why can't we leave everything alone? Trust ourselves, hope for the best, and let your famous God take care of it. After all, who made us love each other if it wasn't God? Now, come here and give me a kind kiss.
They didn't hear me come in. My poor boy. In the twilight, profiled against the window, they could see little of the room behind them. I stopped in the curtained doorway. It's strange. I remember noticing how pale my hand looked and how bright my royal signet gleamed in the darkness as I held the tapestry aside. And then...
Yes?
I let it fall and went in search of a page to announce me.
His Majesty the King.
Lance? Gwen?
Arthur, you took us by surprise.
I'm sorry. I've only just got back. So, do I get a kiss from my wife?
Of course, my dear.
I should be off.
No, don't go, Lance. It's nice to have you here to ourselves for a little. Come, let's all sit a while. There. Just the 3 of us.
So, how were Gawain and company?
They were having a fight when I arrived.
What about?
I didn't ask.
Some family affair, no doubt.
Yes, no doubt it was.
I hope nobody got hurt.
No, nobody got hurt.
Well then, that was all right.
Yes, that was all right. Except that Mordred...
Oh, Mordred. I might have known he'd be at the bottom of it.
He's becoming more and more monstrous. Strutting around court, dressed all in black with that absurd badge, a whip clenched in a scarlet fist.
I hear the Thrashers have recruited thousands of young members across the country.
Thrashers?
It's a pity someone doesn't give him a thrash.
Mordred bears me a terrible grudge. I did the boy a monstrous wrong. For heaven's sake, to have tried to have him killed when he was a baby is beyond forgiveness. A boatload of innocent babies set adrift to die. Mordred was spared. But it was an inconceivably wicked thing to do. I can't undo that crime. But I will not add to the wickedness. A king's business is to prevent bloodshed if he can, not provoke it. Besides, I'm his father. And I can see myself in him.
I can't say I see the resemblance.
Oh, but there is. Mordred's ambitious and fond of honour, as I always was. It's only the fact that he has a weak body that's embittered him. He's brave, too. In a strange way, I admit. And he's loyal to his people. You must remember, his mother, Morgause, set him against me, so I stand for everything that's bad.
You should cut the little sniveller's head off and have done with him.
He's my son. And I'm the King of England. If I don't stand for the law, there won't be any law among my people. I can't afford to have any more crimes on my conscience. I have to be absolutely just. Far from being willing to execute his enemies, a real king must be willing to execute his friends.
And his wife?
Yes. And his wife.
I trust you won't be cutting off the Queen's head very soon.
If Guinevere or you, Lance, were proved to be guilty of a wrong to my kingdom, I'd have no choice.
Goodness. I hope nobody's going to prove that.
I hope so too. Mordred's a deeply unhappy young man. And I'm afraid he might try any means of hurting me. If he could see a way of getting at me, for instance, through either of you, then I'm sure he would. You do see what I mean, both of you, don't you?
Yes, I see.
Arthur.
So, if there should ever come a moment when either of you might give him a sort of hand...
If he tries any treason, I'll kill him myself.
That's the one thing you must never do. I never managed to give Gwen a son. So when I'm dead, Mordred will be the next king of England. Whatever he does, you must remember that he's heir apparent to the blood.
God help us if he became king.
Another thing for poor old God to deal with. Now, I must run along to arrange some of our famous justice. Remember, be careful, my dears, won't you? I'm in your hands.
The king is coming, you say, Mordred?
As he does every evening to read the petitions for the next day's hearings. One might praise him for his conscientiousness if one didn't suspect that he prefers sitting alone with a mountain of documents to watching his best friend flirting with his wife.
Mordred, I'm more than half ashamed of having you as a half-brother.
Then, Gareth, we have something in common.
Won't you reconsider, Mordred?
Gracious offer, Gawain, but no, I won't.
Agravain.
Not I, brother. We're determined to see this through to the end.
You're a thick, hulking ox, Agravain. Only able to lumber forward whenever Mordred beats you on the ass.
And you're a disgrace to the clan!
Gentlemen! I seem to be forever interrupting your family discussions. On this occasion, however, I believe you are encroaching on the king's territory.
This has nothing to do with us, Your Majesty.
I've been hoping to control my brothers, but they'll not listen. Gareth and I have no desire to hear what they may say.
Nor need you. If you wish, you may leave me to talk with Mordred and Agravain.
My lord.
I hope I'm not going to cause family trouble.
It's a trouble that will destroy the flower of chivalry in all the world. A mischief to our noble fellowship, and all because of two unhappy knights.
Well, nephews, sit down and tell me what you want.
We'd rather stand.
As you please.
We came to tell you what every person in this court has always known. Queen Guinevere is openly Sir Lancelot's mistress.
Are you ready to prove this accusation?
We are, and we want justice.
Obviously, we don't know as much about the law as Your Majesty, but we believe if Queen Guinevere were impeached of treason, and if that were to be proved in one of your new courts of law, that justice would have to be given.
Oh, you seem to know quite a lot about the law. And what evidence would you present for this impeachment?
Supposing, Uncle, Lancelot were actually found in Guinevere's bed in front of witnesses.
If you'll forgive my saying so, Agravain, I'd prefer you spoke of the Queen by her title. At least in front of me, even in this connection.
If you'll forgive my saying so, why don't we just refer to her as Jenny, as Lancelot does?
You'll speak civilly, Mordred, or leave my room. I take it that you understand the implications of this charge? Should you establish your case, Sir Lancelot, a man who in the past has saved your life, will have his head cut off. And my wife, whom I love very much, will have to be burned alive for treason.
As Mordred said, everybody knows we could establish our case at once.
I suppose it's no good reminding you that there is such a thing as mercy.
Is that the kind of mercy that set those babies adrift in a boat? To die?
Thank you, Mordred. I was forgetting. What do you propose to do?
If you'd consent, Uncle, to go away for the night, we'd get together an armed band and capture Lancelot in the Queen's room.
You expect me to set a trap for my own wife? The onus of proof lies with you. And I've every right to refuse to go away on purpose in order to help you.
And the hunting party you're supposed to join the day after tomorrow? If you don't go, you'll be altering your plans on purpose, so as to thwart justice.
Nobody succeeds in thwarting justice.
So you'll go on the hunting party?
I will go hunting.
And?
And?
You'll not tell them beforehand. You won't warn them. Because that wouldn't be fair.
Fair?
Come, Agravain. I believe we've kept His Majesty too long from his documents.
You'll go when I give you leave. The one hope I have is that my Lancelot will kill you both, and all the witnesses, a feat that, I'm proud to say, is not beyond his power. And I'll add this. If you fail for one moment in establishing this monstrous accusation, I'll banish you, Mordred, which would deprive you of all hope of succession, and I'll condemn you, Agravain, to burn at the stake. Because by making this accusation, you will yourself have committed treason.
May I come in?
Oh, Gareth, do.
Lancelot. Oh, I'm sorry, you're ready for bed, I see.
Yes. Is something wrong?
Yes.
Well, come in and don't look so serious.
It is serious.
Whatever's the matter?
It's Agravain and Mordred. I had to warn you, even if it is against my own brothers and our clan, because I owe you everything. And I couldn't let it happen.
Oh, my poor Gareth. Let what happen?
It's about the Queen. I don't know how to begin.
Then don't.
Oh, please, you must listen. They've been to the King and told him outright that you go to the Queen's bedroom. Gawain and I tried to stop them. We wouldn't stay to listen, but that's what they told him.
There have been rumours before.
You mustn't laugh. They've accused you and the Queen before the law. The King will have to act.
It'll blow over.
Please, don't go to the Queen tonight. You'll be walking into a trap. They'll be there to catch you.
You think I'm afraid of those two?
Supposing they were to come with an armed band.
Then I'd have to fight them all.
It's not worth the risk.
But you know how much I enjoy a risk. Besides, if the King had been going to make a fuss, he'd never have gone off hunting in the New Forest.
Listen, the King's gone away for the night on purpose so that you go to her.
Shh. I've known Arthur since you were in the nursery. He'd never do a thing like that.
He has.
Impossible. I love you for your concern, but now, go home to bed and stop looking so tragic.
It is tragic.
Give me the brush, Jenny. Let me brush your hair.
Did you come here safely?
Nobody saw.
Just as well. You have no clothes on. Arthur said he's coming back tomorrow.
Did he? Oh, here's a white hair.
Oh, pull it out.
Poor hair. Such a fine one. I'd have to plait together about 6 of yours to be as thick as one of mine. Shall I pull it?
Yes, pull.
Yes.
Did it hurt?
No.
When I was small, I used to pull my sister's hair, and they said it hurt like fury.
Glad I wasn't one of your sisters.
I'd never have pulled yours. Yours is too beautiful.
Oh.
I should have wanted to curl up inside it like a dormouse and go to sleep. I should like to do that now. Do you think this will last?
What do you mean?
Gareth came to me before to warn us that Arthur had gone away on purpose to set a trap for us.
Arthur would never do a thing like that.
That's what I said.
You don't think they could have forced the king's hand? Arthur has a terrific sense of justice. There was that conversation the other day. Listen, did you hear something?
No.
I thought I heard somebody at the door.
I'll go and see.
Be careful.
It's false alarm.
Bolt it then.
It's foolish to be nervous.
Supposing Arthur was warning us. Lance, I believe it's true. I believe they're coming to catch us. Tonight.
Jenny.
No, leave. Now. While there's time.
But Jenny,
I know. It's true. I can feel it.
This is just a fancy.
No, it's not. Listen. Listen.
I can't hear anything.
Shh, 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 shh. Look at the door. Someone's trying to handle a god. It's too late.
Open the door! Sir Agravine demands you open in the king's name!
We're lost.
Sir Lancelot, you are taken! Traitor! Knight!
Damn them!
What are we to do? For pity's sake, you're naked!
Listen to me. Your Majesty, Lancelot, Sir Agravine and I are here with 14 men at arms. You cannot escape.
You'll be killed.
My sweet Jenny, you'll be strong.
Yes.
If only I had something to fight with.
There's nothing here, not even a sword.
I need armour and a weapon. But we'll just have to do the best we can.
Open it!
I'll break down the door.
Damn them! Pass me my dressing gown. If I wrap this around my forearm, it'll offer some protection. Now, reach me that footstool by the bed. That'll deliver a heavy blow or two.
This is madness.
Listen, I'm going to open the door.
Lance!
Only a little way. With luck, one of them will force his way in, and I'll be able to shut and bolt it before the others can follow. If I can get his sword and armour, I may be able to fight my way out. This is not going to be pleasant, but if I can kill him...
And if he kills you...
Send a message to my brothers. They'll rescue you and take you safe to France.
If you're killed, I'll not want to be
I
rescued.
know you'll be Jenny, whatever happens. And now, I must be Lancelot. My lords! Cease this noise! I shall open the door, and then you may do with me as you wish. Now keep clear, Jenny. Welcome, Sir Knight, though I fear I must treat you roughly and make bold with your sword. I'm sorry. I had to kill him, whoever he was. Agravine of Orkney. Help me with the armour. This gives us a fair chance. If I can drive them off, I'll turn back for you.
No, we've done enough harm. If you do fight your way out, you must keep away. Where does this go?
Give it to me.
That's the other one.
Far better to come with me now.
If I come, everything's finished forever.
I don't want to leave
If
you.
I stay and Arthur forgives me, we may be able to patch it up and everything will be as it was.
Very well. There. I can do without the rest.
Agravine! Agravine, what's happened? Lancelot, open the door!
I have to.
No, exchange rings with me. Lance, here, give me yours. God be with my ring as I am with it. Kiss me.
Come out of this chamber! Traitor to the king!
Stop that racket, Mordred, and listen to me. Take my advice and leave, all of you, now. If you do, I'll stand before the king tomorrow, and we'll see who'll dare accuse me of treason then.
I'll take you now, and know this. With the king's permission to save or slay you as we choose.
In that case, if you believe in praying, pray God to defend you when I unlatch this door.
I understand that our liege lord himself must watch the execution from the window. The executioner is ready to begin. You could almost feel sorry for her.
You should have thought about that before.
It'll be a cruel death. They're using seasoned wood, so there'll be smoke and she'll burn before she suffocates.
For the sake of God, Mordred, be silent. Anyway, I don't think you need to worry yourself. Do you honestly believe Lancelot won't come to rescue her?
If he tries, there'll be a fight. Arthur will have to fight him.
Arthur must watch from here.
You mean to say that Lancelot will be allowed to slip off with the Queen under our noses?
That's exactly what'll happen.
Then neither of them will be punished.
My God, Mordred, you really do want to see her burn, don't you?
Yes, Gawain, I do. I do. And you're going to sit there and let a rescue take place? He murdered our brother.
As I understand it, he went with you and 13 other knights, fully armed, and tried to kill Lancelot when he had nothing on but a dressing gown. The upshot, Agravain gets killed, together with all the knights, except one who ran away. You.
I did not run away.
Oh, then how was it, after killing all the others, that Lancelot let you go? It was in his interest to kill a lot of you, because then there'd be no witnesses.
He broke my arm and then I moved off.
Oh, but he didn't kill you!
Let me explain.
Your Majesty.
You see, I asked Sir Lancelot to be sure never to kill my son.
Thank you for nothing.
Lancelot will be the right person to thank, Mordred, not me.
And I suppose you know that Lancelot is bound to come and rescue her.
I've been expecting it.
And you've posted a strong guard to stop him?
The guard's as strong as it can be. I've tried to be just.
Send Gawain and Gareth to strengthen them. If he comes, he'll come with great force.
Well, Gawain?
I warned Mordred and Agravain against this scheme and would have nothing to do with it. So don't ask me, Your Majesty, for I won't go.
That sounds like treason.
It may be, but I've no wish to see the Queen burn and sincerely hope she won't.
Gareth, will you oblige me by putting on your armour and strengthening the guard?
Well, Lancelot's my friend. He knighted me. How could I fight against him?
Lancelot would expect you to go. Whoever it was against.
I'll go if you wish. But I won't go in armour. And I won't fight him.
So, shall I tell the executioner to begin?
If you must.
It is best. Further delay can only add to the Queen's suffering.
Just go, Mordred.
As Your Majesty commands.
He might have tried not to show that he was quite so pleased.
Never fear, Uncle. Lancelot will rescue her in God's good time.
You mustn't think I'm trying to get her rescued. I sentenced her to death because it was the law. And it's our business now to burn her to the death. Without remorse.
Fear not. All will come right.
Right? What is right? If Lancelot comes to her rescue, he may kill those innocent fellows of the guard, and if they're not killed, she will be, in horrible, burning flames. And I've been married to her all these years, and she's my much-loved Gwen.
It will not happen.
Then why doesn't he come? What's he waiting for?
He has to wait until she's...
I tried to warn them, Gawain. A few days before they were caught, but it was difficult to say what needed to be said without hurting people's feelings.
You did the best you could.
When I was a young man, I did something terrible, and from it has sprung all the misery of my life. Do you think you can stop the consequences of a bad action by doing good ones afterwards? I don't. I've been trying to stopper it down with good actions ever since, but it will not be stoppered. Do you think this is a consequence too?
I don't know.
Oh. The waiting is terrible. Was it my fault? Should I have refused to accept the evidence? Overridden the whole affair? Set aside my new law, acquitted her? Ought I to have done that?
You might have.
With what consequence? What then would have happened to justice?
We're bringing her out.
Oh.
I fear you must come to the window.
Yes.
She's in a white shift.
Yes. I don't think I can watch.
You must watch, it's the law.
Do you think we ought to pray?
We could.
Shall I say the Our Father? It's all I can remember.
That'll do fine.
Will you say it with me?
If you wish.
Our Father, which art in heaven.
Listen.
What?
Horses.
My lambs.
Oh, we knew he'd come.
Look at him. In silver.
No one else to have a charge like Lancelot.
There's a whole host with him.
Look at the swords in the sun.
Poor God.
What a melee.
He's coming to the Queen.
They can't stop him now.
We'll win, Gawain. We'll win.
Who's we?
All right, they'll win. Lance will win.
He's freeing the Queen.
Bless them both.
He's got Guenever on his horse.
They're retreating.
There'll be some fearful injuries.
He won't have harmed more than he had to.
They're away.
Gwyn, see me. Shall I wave?
No.
It wouldn't be right.
No.
Then I suppose I mustn't.
Arthur, you're a grand man. I told you I'd come right.
Oh, you're a grand man too, Gawain. A good man and a kind one.
Now, what's to be done?
I think we ought to have a monstrous drink to begin with.
Very good.
Arthur!
How dare you speak to the king like that?
I dare speak as I choose.
It's been a terrible carnage, we know. We saw it from the window, but surely better that your aunt
A terrible
be safe
carnage
and
indeed.
that the guard.
Trash!
Where's Gareth?
Gareth's where I left him. Lying in the square. It was difficult to recognise him because of the blood.
Is he very badly wounded?
He's dead.
Dead? Who killed him, Mordred? Who killed my brother?
Who else? Lancelot!
Liar!
He loved Gareth. He'd never have done such a thing. He couldn't.
I say he did.
Not dead. No, Gareth.
It must have been a mistake. A terrible mistake.
Yes, of course. That would explain it. Having cuckolded your majesty and carried off your wife, either Lancelot further amused himself by callously slaying our unarmed brother, or, as you say, it was all just a terrible mistake.
And so the cracks in the round table met and joined, and the great idea was broken into pieces.
Gareth's death was terrible, but unquestionably a mistake.
Yet how perfectly it played into Mordred's hands, allowing him to feed Gawain's pain and fury and drive him to revenge.
The Queen and her rescuer fled to France.
To Joyous Gard. In the hope of preventing war and reaching a peaceful settlement, they appealed to the Pope, and, under his protection, returned to Camelot to face my compromised justice.
My most redoubted king, I have brought Queen Guinevere, by command of the king and His Holiness the Pope. It is my duty to affirm the Queen of England's innocence.
Liar!
I am come to maintain that the Queen is fair, true, and good to King Arthur.
You were taken with the Queen.
Her Majesty sent for me. I know not why, but I was hardly within the chamber door when Sir Agravain and Sir Mordred beat upon it, calling me a traitor knight.
They called you right. Tell me, what cause you had to slay my brother Gareth, that loved you more than all my kin?
Gawain, I know you're hurt. My own heart bleeds for what I've done. I'd rather he'd been armed and had slain me. I knighted Gareth, I loved him.
Fie on your fine words, Lancelot. You'll hear now the king's judgment.
Whatever the king's judgment may be, I shall accept it. But at least let me hear it from the king's lips.
The king stands for justice, and his majesty agreed his judgment with me before you came.
Arthur.
Address the king by his title.
Sir, is this true?
Speak, father. Speak!
Lancelot, you know the truth. The table is broken. My knights parted or dead. I never sought a quarrel with you, Lance, nor you with me.
Then can't it be ended?
Gawain says.
Gawain?
Know then, all you, that this is the king's word. The queen shall come back to him with her liberty as it was, and she shall stand in no peril. This is the Pope's will. But you, Sir Lancelot, shall be banished out of this kingdom within 15 days, and by God, we shall follow you after that time and pull down the strongest castle of France about your ears.
I beg you, Gawain, don't follow me. Don't keep the war alive forever.
Enough! You've returned the queen, now remove yourself from this court.
Well, madam, it seems we must part.
Farewell, Sir Lancelot. May your God go with you and keep and protect you.
My king and my old friends, a word before I go. My sentence is to leave this fellowship, which I've served all my life, to depart your country and be pursued with war. I stand then, for the last time, as the Queen's champion. I stand to tell you, lady and madam, in the presence of all this court, that if any danger may threaten you in future, then one poor arm will come from France to defend you. And so let all remember.
Does my impotence shock you, Merlyn?
No.
I've always known I was not a clever man. All my life I've just gone on working, trying as best I could to do what seemed at the time to be right. And what seemed right then was to appoint Mordred Lord Protector of England. And having done that, to go to France, lay siege to Joyous Gard, and for Gawain to battle with Lancelot over Gareth's death. Every day, he rode in front of the castle and called out that Lancelot was a coward and a traitor, until at last Lance had no choice but to go and duel with him.
Courageously brave of Gawain.
Or stubbornly foolish. He battled valiantly, strengthened no doubt by his anger, and almost killed Lance. But then, as Gawain tired, his opponent took the offensive and with one blow to the head laid him low. Lance could have killed him there and then.
But of course did not.
No. Much to Gawain's sorrow and anger.
Why did he stop, Arthur? I didn't yield to him, did I?
No, you didn't.
Come on, I cried. Kill me. Finish your butchering. I will not yield. Kill me at once. For if you spare my life, I'll only fight you again.
You did the best you could. Lancelot was always strong. The years don't seem to touch him.
Then why wouldn't he kill me? Oh, God, my head so aches.
No, don't think about it. Lie quiet or you'll get feverish again and not be able to fight for a long time. Then what will we do without our Gawain to lead the battle for us?
I'm just a ill-passioned bully, a man of straw.
People who say they're no good are always the good ones. Let's change the subject and talk about something pleasant. home, for instance?
I shall never see home again.
Nonsense. We'll see England in the spring. Why, it's almost spring now. The snowdrops will have been out for ages. And I dare say Guenever will have some crocuses.
Guinevere was kind to me.
My Gwen's kind to everybody. I wonder what she's doing now. Going to bed, I suppose. Or perhaps she's sitting up late, having a talk with Mordred. It'd be pleasant to think that they were talking about us at this very minute. Perhaps saying admiring things about your prowess. Or Gwen might be saying that she wished her old man would come home.
Good evening, Guinevere.
Good evening, Mordred.
A little fine embroidery? I thought you'd be knitting socks for soldiers.
Why have you come?
Just an evening call. Do I feel a coldness in the air this evening?
It's bound to be cold in February.
I was referring to the delicacy of our personal relationship.
The Lord Protector, whom my husband appointed, is always bound to be welcome to the Queen.
Not the husband's bastard.
What do you want?
I was thinking of a little chat about the political situation. Just a little chat, Jenny.
Be so kind as to address me by my title, Mordred.
My apologies if I'm trespassing on Lancelot's preserves.
I believe you'd find some difficulty in doing that.
I asked for that. You were always a bit of a spitfire, Queen Jenny.
Sir Mordred, if you can't behave like a gentleman, I shall go.
Go where?
Anywhere where a woman old enough to be your mother would be safe from this extravagance.
Suppose I were to tell you that Arthur and Lancelot are dead.
I should not believe you.
They killed each other in battle.
It's not true.
As a matter of fact, it isn't. But a great many people would believe it. Will believe it, I dare say.
You can't mean
Oh,
that...
but I can. What do you think would happen if I were to announce poor Arthur's death?
Mordred, you couldn't do such a thing. Your fealty that... The king has always treated you with such scrupulous fairness and justice.
Oh, the just and noble king. Justice is just something he does to people simply to amuse himself.
But he's your father.
I didn't ask to be born. That was just something else he did to amuse himself.
He didn't know that your mother was his sister when it happened. Why do you hate him so?
I don't hate him. I despise him.
Do this, Mordred, and it can only lead to more wars. Have pity on the country, even if you'll have none on Arthur or on me.
I should, of course, have pity on you, if not Arthur.
What do you mean?
I was thinking of a pattern, Jenny. A simple pattern. Yes. My father committed incest with my mother. Don't you think it would be a pattern, Jenny, if I were to answer it by marrying my father's wife?
Arthur, what's wrong?
There's nothing to be upset about.
That letter from the bishop. What was in it? Ill tidings.
The doctor says you have to rest.
Arthur, I will be told.
Please lie down, you'll hurt your head.
Tell me.
Well, it seems that Mordred has proclaimed himself King of England.
Mordred?
He's told his thrashers that we're dead.
Mordred says we're dead?
Yes. And
what?
He's going to marry Gwen.
What kind of jest is this?
None. After the proclamation making him king, he proposed to her. The Queen had nobody to help. She accepted.
Accepted Mordred?
She asked permission to go to London for her wedding trousseau. Once there, she went to the Tower of London with the few who remained faithful, locked herself in and barred the gates.
Thank God it's a strong fort. I have to go to her, Gawain. You must remain here until you're fully recovered. What are you doing? Lie down at once.
My lost brother has broken his fealty.
Gawain.
I'm coming with you.
Bors! Bors! I've been looking for you.
Lancelot.
I now know why Arthur and Gawain ended their siege. A letter has come from England. The messengers were blown ashore. We're 5 miles up the coast. We have to go at once.
To England?
Yes, to England.
Why?
Mordred's staged a revolt against Arthur, proclaimed himself king, and proposed to Guenever.
It beggars belief.
The letter's from Gawain. From poor Gawain. He's dead.
Dead?
It's a dreadful letter. Gawain was a good man. That blow I gave him to the head proved deadly. He never ought to have travelled. But his last brother had turned traitor, and he insisted on going back to help the king. Mordred met Arthur at Dover and fought to prevent the landing, but the king won the day. During the battle, Gawain took another hit where I'd wounded him and died a few hours later. Listen. And to Sir Lancelot, flower of all noble knights, I, Sir Gawain, King Lot's son of Orkney, sister's son, and to the noble King Arthur,
send greetings. I will that all the world knows that I, Sir Gawain, Knight of the Round Table, of my own free will, sought my death at your hands. Therefore I beseech you to return again to this realm, and at my tomb pray some prayer for my soul. Also, Sir Lancelot, for all the love that ever was between us, come with all haste to aid our liege lord, King Arthur, rescue Her Majesty, Queen Guenever, and defeat the most treacherous traitor, Mordred.
I can read no more. It ends, dated this day, shortly before my death. My letter was written with my own hand and with my heart's blood. Gawain of Orkney. He was a great-hearted man.
What about the king?
Mordred's retreated to Canterbury, where Arthur must again face him in battle. It may already be over, but we must go. Everything now depends on speed.
When do we sail?
As soon as the wind drops.
We cannot get here on time now. What will happen to them after this is over, Merlyn? Lance and Gwen. Will they find peace?
I cannot account for the peace of others.
I shouldn't ask. I've never really liked the business of knowing about the future. When you came to me, I asked if you were a dream. I don't know if you are or you aren't, but I know I'm not dreaming now. What did you ever see in me, Merlyn?
A young man on the threshold of life who had fair hair and an open face, with kind eyes and a reliable expression. As though he were a good learner who enjoyed being alive and did not believe in original sin.
And I proved an apt pupil, didn't I? You taught me that man was, on the whole, more decent than beastly, and that good was worth trying. The Round Table, my notions of chivalry, the Holy Grail, my belief in right over might, my obsession with justice, that was what it was all about, wasn't it?
Yes.
And yet, I'll soon be dead and rotting in the ground, and you'll be dozing in your cave, and we'll both be forgotten. Like people who never were.
Never were. You couldn't be more wrong. One thing is certain. We'll never be forgotten.
I wish I could believe that.
You must. It's the matter of Britain. It's all written, or will be.
Merlyn.
It's true, I know. Living backwards through time has certain disadvantages, obviously, but it does mean I've the benefit of backsight, which, as I'm sure I've mentioned, tells me what is going to happen.
Oh, you know I've never got the hang of all that.
Then you'll just have to take my word for it. The story of you and your round table will be told and retold ad infinitum from Geoffrey of Monmouth onwards. There'll be Mannering and Tennyson and several dozen more. Even poor old White. Who else? Most of the Pre-Raphaelites. And of course, Dryden and Purcell, Lerner and Lowe. The most surprising people will meddle with the tale from Beardsley to Disney, not to mention all those others in the as yet undiscovered hemisphere who'll retell it all in pictures that move. You wouldn't believe some of the versions they'll come up with.
But what's the point of it being remembered if it wasn't the truth?
Your story, everything you've tried to do and struggle with, is really about ideas. Rudimentary, sometimes clumsy ideas. But ones to help build a foundation for thinking about things in earnest.
So my table was not a failure?
Certainly not. It was an experiment. Experiments lead to new ones. And as long as your story's told, in whatever way they tell it, it will continue to inspire people to new thoughts and new ideas. There's something else you need to know which might surprise you. Do you recall my telling you once that a time would come when I would eventually be released from my cave?
I think so.
Well, king. It won't happen for hundreds of years, but both of us are to come back.
That isn't possible.
You think not? Do you know what's going to be written on your tombstone?
How could I?
Hic jacet Arturus Rex, quandam rexque futurus. Remember your Latin?
Here lies Arthur,
the once and future king.
Your Majesty?
What is it, boy?
My lord, Sir Kay says you are waited for on the field of battle.
Yes, of course. Tell him I'm coming.
Sire.
One moment. It's Tom, isn't it?
Yes, my lord.
Where do you live, Tom?
Near Warwick, sire. A place called Newbold Revel.
And how old are you?
Almost 16, my lord.
Tell me, Tom, who is almost 16 and lives at Newbold Revel near Warwick. What do you intend to do when this great battle begins?
I shall fight, sir. I have a good bow.
Everybody wants to fight, though nobody knows why. But suppose I were to ask you not to fight, as a special favour to the king. Would you do that?
I should do what I was told.
Listen then, young Tom. I expect you think of me as an old man. Well, when you're old, I want you to be able to tell others what I am going to tell you now. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. I think so.
There was once a king, and when he came to the throne of England, he found that all the lords and barons were fighting each other like madmen and doing lots of bad things because they lived by force. Now, this king had an idea, and the idea was that force should only ever be used on behalf of justice. So he gathered together all the true and kindly people that he knew and made them knights, 150 of them, taught them his idea, and set them down at a round table.
I know this story. I know all the stories about King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table.
I'm glad to hear it. Well, King Arthur loved his table with all his heart, and for many years his new knights went about trying to set the world to rights. That was the king's idea.
It was a very good idea, my lord.
Well, my idea was like a candle. It flickered often, and I've carried it for many years with a hand to shield it from the wind. Now I'm giving you the candle. And I want you to go to Newbold Revel, where you can grow into a man and tell everybody who listen about this ancient idea, which both of us once thought good. Do you think you could do that, Tom? To please the king?
Yes, sire.
Very well. Pass me that sword over there, Tom. Do you know its name?
Yes, sire. Excalibur.
The very same. Kneel, Tom. I dub you Sir Thomas of Warwick. Now arise, Sir Thomas. You have your orders. Take my reply to Sir Kay and tell him I said he was to give you a horse, and then you're to ride away from the battlefield as hard and fast as you can.
My lord.
And Tom, you'll keep the candle alight. Keep it burning.
It will burn.
Go then, my brave fellow. There, Merlyn, what do you think? Merlyn? Gone. Will it be enough? And so now, Merlyn, my old friend, we're not quite done yet. Just one more try. One last struggle against the flood of might.
What have I achieved in my few brief hours of liberty? A little groundwork, perhaps. Some slight preparation for the day when King Arthur, my young wart, will come back with a new round table, one that has no corners, just as the world has none. A table without boundaries between the nations who would sit to feast there. But for the time being, it's his destiny to die. Or, as some will say, to be carried off to Avalon, where he can wait for better days. Mordred's cannons are already thundering in the tattered morning, and His Majesty of England must draw himself up to meet the future and his fate. But at least, maybe now, meet it with a more peaceful heart.
For justice and for right!
The fate of this man or that is less than a drop, gleaming, flashing, and sparkling in the great blue motion of the sunlit sea. But for Arthur, the once and future king, this is now less of an ending than a beginning.
In The Candle in the Wind, the final part of The Once and Future King by T.H. White, Arthur was played by Paul Reddy, Merlyn by David Warner, Guinevere, Lyndsey Marshal, Lancelot, Alex Waldmann, and Mordred by Joel MacCormack. Gawain was Sean Mason, Gareth, Monty Dinverno, and Agravain was Ian Conningham. Other parts were played by members of the cast. The Once and Future King was dramatised by Brian Sibley. Original music was by Elizabeth Purnell, and the directors were David Hunter, Marc Beeby, and Gemma Jenkins.